And they're conferring at this time to see if they want to pull any more additionals, or if they're going to go ahead and start placing from the bottom up. Looks like they did pull 2 more, actually, so we're up to 6. I suspected that just because, having pulled 12 back, it means it's really a uniform set, and they had a lot of these really nice gilts that checked a lot of the boxes that they're looking for. As they're looking over these gilts, San Antonio has done a really outstanding job. They started with scholarships in 1984, and total scholarships at that particular time was only 15, and it was only $90,000 total dollars awarded in the scholarships. In today's date, as of 2024's numbers, it has grown not only in scholarships, premiums to its inception. Last year was $255 million. It has risen to $267 million of total dollars that they have helped kids with to further their education and make things happen so that they can be our leaders of tomorrow. So great job, San Antonio, for putting this all together. Also, as far as total scholarships are concerned, for our Purebred show, they're going to be giving out a total of $85,000 in total scholarships. Now we're letting out our first one that they had pinned back for the second initial wave. So again, they've pulled back 6 of them. And so they're going to let out all of these 6. And, of course, they'll evaluate these and place them from 6th up to our class winner. One thing I've liked about these 2 judges, they work really well together. In fact, if I understood it correctly, and don't hold me to it, but I think they're actually brother-in-laws. But they've really worked well together, talking things through, both of them, being around the hog industry. Blaine really has done a great job in engineering some really good Duroc herd sires over the years, and they're just been working together well. They're conferring. Blaine will let Kyle place some of these on the bottom end to give him a feel for, putting that set together, and then they'll confer on the top 6 or top 4, whatever it is, and then Blaine will hand out those buttons. So they've really worked well together. We're down to the final 4 here, and they're conferring again to make sure they're both seeing the same emphasis and kind of line it up how they're going to take them from 4th on up to 1st, and talking the differences of each and every one of these gilts out here in these final 4. Young man in the blue wins the class. Congratulations to both the young men for exhibiting the first and second place in this class.
Another high-quality class up here at the top end, and they're competitive all the way down through. But this one just kind of hit me different. When I first saw her, she come through, and she validated that through these side. And Kyle and I talked about her. I just think she's the right kind in this particular setting. She combines a lot of the things we're going to talk about in parts and pieces of these gilts on down the line, and she doesn't throw us a big red flag or a big problem. That young man's gilt's a nice place to start. I think the decision here was between 2 and 3 and on down to 4. Ultimately, we land on this young man's gilt here in second, and I think of the gilts that have just a thing or two we'd like to fix. I like this one's combination to still be good looking and comfortable up front when we study her from the side, but where she excels the gilt in third is when you step in behind them. There's just more of her. Coming and going, she's wider at her chest, she's wider as she goes away. You get on top of this hog, she's good as far as the shape to her back, she's bigger and bolder in her hip. We redesign her just a bit if we can, right there in the way her ham loin works, and just reconstruct her hind leg ever so slightly. Young man brings an awfully nice one this particular drive. The gilt that comes in 3, I really like when we just see her presence, her look, and her right here from the side. I mean, the way that one gets her head up and just levels up and squares up in her top line, her ability to go up both ends of her skeleton is really good. I think her bone matches her body. I wouldn't call her extreme, but I think it matches. However, it's when this one comes right at us and turns and goes away, she just falls out of bed for me some. She's not as opened up off of either end. She's not as big when we get on top of her. That one, in the right setting, I think in the right situation, could be an awfully intriguing spotted sow. I think she can make them a whole lot better. The one that comes next is stouter and bolder. There's no doubt about it. She's got a big forearm working in her. She's quite a bit bigger when we get on top of her, and she's stout as she goes away. I think, though, when you step back and you just study the hogs, this one tends to come in just a few more pieces for me. She struggles just a little more to get out of that front end. She's a little more upright there. That one doesn't blend just quite as good when we get up top and we talk about blending from her back into her hip. Consequently, she just doesn't strike quite as comfortably. That's getting hard on one that's good when we get on top of her. She's good looking when we get up front. She's got a big blade working in her. I thought that was an awful nice kind of gilt. The gilts that come next, this one next is big and stout and bold. I love the forearm shape to this one. I love the great big stout hind leg working in this one. Again, I don't think she balanced up just quite as good when we studied her from her blade forward. I thought she was just a shot more nondescript when we got right on top of her. You do have to appreciate the boldness and the stoutness that comes in that one. This one that comes next is another one that's intriguing just from her parts and pieces standpoint. Really stout featured, really bold. She's neat looking up front. Again, we get on top of her. She wants to dip just some in her back. We got to get her to square up in that ham loin. Use her hind leg just a little different. Young lady brings a big, stout, bold one to us. Awful nice kind of pig. Let's put our hands together. Kids are doing a good job. Good class of spotted gilts.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
Well, that concludes class number 28. Now moving on to class number 29, and class 29 is the last class of the lightweight division. Then we'll move into the heavyweight division classes. We're going to judge all the classes before we get into the division selections. Class number 29 consists of 29 head of spot purebred gilts. And the weight ranges on these gilts is from 238 to 251. I've got the results from class 28, the one we just concluded, and what a deep class that was. Had 12 pulled back. That's the most they pulled today. And one short of the 13 they pulled yesterday from a Duroc class. So very, very deep class. I have a feeling that the longer we get into the spot breed, the deeper it's going to get. Okay, here's your top 10 placings for class number 28. 10th place went to Bren Imiabi. 9th went to Kinsler Gengo. 8th was awarded to Wesley Kotzer. 7th place was shown by Rain Pedrucha. I hope I said that right, Rain. Or is it Rainy? Either way, congratulations. 6th place went to Kinley Gardner. 5th place was shown by Tatum Dillard. 4th place was exhibited by Brooklyn DeLeon. 3rd place was awarded to Jackson Corley. 2nd place was shown by Cooper Sands. And our class winner out of our 3rd class of spot gilts went to Grady Lowry of Troup FFA. Congratulations to all those individuals on a fine job. Like I said, we're on class number 29. It's our 4th class of spots and the last class of the lightweight division. Have a total of 7 classes of spot gilts today, followed by the light and the heavy division champion and reserve champion. And they go 5 deep on that because at the conclusion of the divisions, we move on to the overall selection of our spot gilt breed, and we go champion, reserve champion, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. After we finish the spot breed, we move on to our Chesters, which there are 4 classes of those. In the spot breed, we have a total of 200 head of spots here today. Sounds like they have a couple pinned back. And while we're sitting here talking real quick, Wayne, I'm going to kind of tell our audience about the judges here today. Our lead judge is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He's a Duroc breeder, corn and soybean farmer, and commercial hog producer. Him and his wife, Christy, have 5 kids, Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. He graduated and judged at Lakeland College and Western Illinois University. His accomplishments are they've raised a lot of pigs that have gotten along at many shows, big and small, and have been fortunate enough to raise some boars that have made an impact. But he's most proud of raising his kids in this industry with Christy, his wife. I want to welcome Blaine, and our secondary judge today is Mr. Kyle Knaut from Milford, Illinois. He's a show pig producer and a boar stud owner. Him and his wife, Ellen, have 2 kids, Colton, who is 8, and Knox, who is 5. He got his Associates of Science at Lakeland College and bachelor's and master's degree in animal science at the University of Illinois. His accomplishments are running a successful business and getting to raise show pigs every day with his wife and his boys by his side. So congratulations to those two guys for coming down here from Illinois, and they're actually brother-in-laws. I found out, like I said, mentioned earlier in the podcast. They get to tell each other how it is what Mr. Olson said. And there's no holding back between those two, but they love each other and care about each other, and they do have fun. They get to do this on a daily basis. He said, we talk every day. He said, just the past 2 days we've talked more than we normally do, which they've been together all day, so that would make sense. But they do this together all the time. So the comfort level between these two is ideal, because they can say how they want to say it without hurting each other's feelings, because they know what they each like, and if they like something more than another, they're not afraid to tell each other that. There's no tension there between the two. And like Blaine said, he's like, yeah, I tell it to him like it is. And Kyle kind of nodded his head and kind of laughed, and we had a good time talking about it. So want to welcome those two here, and I'm going to pass it on to Wayne. What you got, Wayne?
So I did finally get the results out of Class 27 on the pedigree. The first place that was exhibited by Jash Franklin out of Holiday FFA was sired by Love Tap, and the breeder was Scotland Witt out of Texas. Congratulations to Scotland Witt for being the breeder of the class winner in Class 27.
I'm pretty sure, by the way, Scotland Witt, I think that's Chase Witt's daughter, which Scotland.
Oh, wow.
Scotland is a second grader, by the way. I'll have to ask Chase on that. But yeah, so what a way to start out your second grade career by having a class winner.
Absolutely. And a second place, that was Riley out of Burleson FFA. Her sire, the sire of her gilt, was Speak Up, and it was bred by Cole Farms out of Texas. And as I get Class 28, I'll reveal that as well. So congratulations to both of these breeders for raising some really outstanding gilts in a really competitive class. So as they're going through the spots, just kind of giving you a little bit of a recap of yesterday for you listeners that are not only viewing the spot show, but also is interested in the entire Purebred show. The Champion Duroc, as far as telling you some pedigrees behind this, the Champion Duroc came out of Class 12, and it was Cason Card out of Ellis County 4-H. The sire of it was Ralco 112-7. It was the breeder of that gilt was the Gleason Livestock out of Kansas. Congratulations to them. And it was followed with the Reserve Champion that came out of Class 9. Ryan Breimer out of Atascosa County 4-H had exhibited this gilt, and the sire of that gilt was Born This Way 45-4, and the breeder was Cade Frankowiak out of Texas. Great family as well. Congratulations there to the Frankowiak family. In the Landry show, the champion came out of Class 13. It was Lyndon Bowman out of Davenport FFA. The sire of that gilt was Sober Up 5-6. The breeder was MT Hart Livestock out of Texas. Congratulations. It was followed with the reserve land race that was exhibited by Kingston Tucker out of Class 14 out of Whiteface FFA. And the sire of that gilt was Wildcat 17-9. The breeder was McGrew Show Pigs out of Illinois. Congratulations to the McGrew family. And then our champion Hampshire came out of Class 16. Hadley Rees out of Hamilton County, 4-H. Hadley's dad is Cole Rees. And congratulations to them. The sire of that gilt was Twisted Affairs 272-2. Breeder was Savage Genetics out of Oklahoma.
Hold on just a second, Wayne. I'm going to kind of tune the listeners in to kind of where we're at on this class. You know, I talked about this a while ago. I had a feeling that the classes of the spots were going to get deeper in competition. And I counted, there's 14 pin back that I can see in this class already. So this is by far the largest number they've kept back to get a top 10 spot placing. So
and there's what?
There's 15. There's 15. Actually, there's 15 pin back that I can see.
And they're like 29 in this class. So what a deep, must be a very consistent set of females here that checks all the boxes. So it'll be really exciting to see.
I totally agree, and I'll tell you, Wayne, that like I said, when they pulled those 12 in that last class, I said, you know, the bigger these females are going to get, I think the deeper it's going to get. You know, we talked about, you know, the Duroc breed was competitive, but last year it was just so deep. I really feel like the spot breed this year, it was a good year for the spot breed and all you breeders out there, and I'm sure you'll notice that in your herds. The depth of quality here with these spots is extremely deep this year here at San Antonio.
And if I remember right, it wasn't last year. Last year the Burke was reserved supreme, but the spot was reserved supreme
2 years ago.
2 years ago.
Yes. And then the year before that it was two Durocs. Yes.
What's kind of interesting on that reserve, that was the reserve champion Duroc, and the way it works out, it was kind of sad in a way, but I mean, it's just how it falls. But the reserve didn't get a scholarship in there, but it was able to make the reserve supreme and get all those really nice awards. So it was really, really good because you can be reserve and still get part of the top titles.
Absolutely. So what they're doing right now, for those of you just now tuning in, they're pulling them out one at a time, and if they really like your hog, especially with them keeping back 15 and only 10 get a ribbon, if they pin you back right away, that means you're going to have a chance at the top placings in this class. And like I said, Wayne, this is by far the most they've ever pulled. There's 15 here.
I think that's the most that's been pulled in any breed. Huh?
It is. So like the biggest
so far
the most they pulled up to this point was 13, and it was a class of Durocs.
Yes.
The class before this class that we're judging currently, they pulled 12, and now this class they pulled 15. And based on what I'm seeing with these spots, it could be that way again. Now you might have a weaker class in there or not quite as much depth in one of those classes, but I have a feeling we're going to make all 10 spots placing holding pins from the initial sort, Wayne, pretty much on every class from here on out on the spots.
Yeah, this could be a class like that one year, several years ago in the Berkshires, that one class of Berkshires, like Will Hilty, as when Will Hilty
Is that like 17 or 18 that they pulled back?
Yeah, and they said, I'll put any one of these 10 in this class in my herd.
Yep.
So this could be one of those classes for these guys.
It was really deep. I remember that. And I'll tell you, so it looks like they've already pinned back 5, and they still have 5 more to even bring out. So I'll be curious to see if, you know, that one year I think it was when Will and Dave judged. But I'm pretty sure there was one class that they pulled so many out of, and they resorted it to get to 10, and then they resorted it again because that class was just so deep. Or Doug, I apologize, yeah. Sorry, Doug. If you're listening, my friend, hey, it was good seeing you at the Hill District show at the grandstands. But, yeah, I don't know where Dave came from there. I know a lot of Daves. I also know a lot of Dougs, but Doug Albright. So, Doug, if you're listening, my friend, like I said, it was good seeing you at the grandstand show. You did a phenomenal job, and I guess
we're going to get to see
Will Hilty's coming back to judge the Barrow show.
Yes, we'll get to see him next week.
Him and Mr. Boble.
Yes.
Which we saw Mr. Boble last year
as well.
Yeah, Ben judged the crossbred gilts last year, I believe.
Yes, that's
I got to see him for a short moment, but I know you got to visit with him a little bit, but it'd be good to see Mr. Hilty. He's a phenomenal judge, and so is Ben, and nothing to take away from Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut here. They're doing a fabulous job as well. All right, now we have all 15, but it looks like, Wayne, he is going to pin 10 back here. I'm willing to bet here. Now, he has pinned 10 back, so we're down to so they're going to do double sword, I feel like.
Yeah.
I really do.
But, that's just the character of these two judges. I mean, they're willing to do that, take a little extra time because it's such a deep class, to give each and every one of these kids a fair opportunity that they may ensure that they get the one that checks all the boxes to bring it all the way to the top.
So they're going to excuse these 5 individuals here out of the ring because they only have 10 placing ribbons, but you talk about a very, very deep class. Very, very deep class. And want to wish these kiddos the best of luck in the future. Now I think we're going to do another sword. All right, as we're going through class number 29 here, they're going to do another sword of this very deep spot class. While we're kind of sorting those, I'm going to go ahead and throw a dad joke in today. You know, me being a father of a 10-month-old, it's only right that I throw a dad joke in. So what do you call somebody who sings in the shower and gets soap in their mouth? A soap opera. Yeah, we got them coming all day today, y'all, so keep tuned in. We want to thank Taylor Fort and his crew here for bringing their webcast to you guys at home. So whether you're in your car, at work, at home, we appreciate you supporting these kids, and we can't thank Taylor Fort and his crew enough. So once again, welcome to the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my co-host Wayne here.
We're honored to be here again, and like Landon said, with Taylor Ford putting this together back after, that's one good thing that came out of COVID when we went through all those struggle of hard times. It's been able to bring all of this show to people that aren't able to attend it in person. So we're hoping you're getting getting the feelings that you're right in the ring with the judges, and we're giving you a play-by-play that makes you feel at ease and at home with us.
Absolutely, Wayne, and to show you how deep this class is right here, they've already pinned 5 back again,
and I bet they do some more.
It looks like they're fixing to start placing from the bottom up. So now that we're down to 10 hogs, he's going to start placing from the bottom up, and I think Mr. Knaut's going to start placing. They're kind of talking about, okay, here, where do we want to start at the bottom here and work our way up? But I really feel like these top 5 are no slouches because they let them come out and they pinned them right back again, Wayne.
Yeah, no, I'm real pleased with what we're seeing on this top 5 here. And,
absolutely.
And not to take anything away of the other. These top 10 were pretty deep.
And they're having fun. And when you get into a deep set of hogs like this, it makes it a lot of fun because then you're splitting hairs. Like, okay, it really makes you think as a judge and what you believe is the ideal hog. When you have two hogs that are the similar in kind and that are that close, it makes you think as a judge, okay, these two hogs are identical. Where do you split the hairs? And that's where showmanship really comes into play as a shower out there in the ring. That could be the difference between a class winner and a second or third place.
And we've seen it too, where they work their way from the big ring all the way up to the top 4.
Absolutely, and looks like, Wayne, we are now in our top 5. They placed 10th through 6th. Now we're in the thick of this class. Bringing the first young lady out, has a really good spot, Gilt. Young lady coming out right now. Doing a phenomenal job showing right here.
This breed has really come a long ways.
Absolutely.
Yeah, the structure on these gilts look really, really good. They're really sitting on some good bone work, and you can see in these top 5, they're all pretty square to the ground going away from you.
Absolutely. Looks like they went in and placed their 5th place. Now we're down to the top 4 here, and I'll tell you, Wayne, all 4, I'll say all 10 of these gilts are really, really good, but these top 4, they're, I talked about splitting hairs. I really feel like these top few are going to be like splitting hairs here. And really, as the judge, it makes you not question your beliefs, but also kind of reaffirms your beliefs and what you want in a hog here. Young lady in the white's going to be 4th. Young lady in the pink's going to be 3rd, and these two, young lady in the orange and the gray, have kind of rose to the top here. Both really good gilts here. And I saw one of these hogs as a baby, and I will tell you, I thought it had a bright future.
Yeah, that one that you're talking about, I think she ends up second.
Yeah,
really
she does.
A long step.
Well, no, this one right here in the orange is the one I saw at the Germantown Throwdown, the one that the Dudleys throw on in New Braunfels.
Maybe a little different there, but they were so consistent, so good coming out of the gate. We thought there was, or I guess I thought there was enough of them that we needed to get a second look. We did a second sort over here quick, and I tell you, this class gets deep, and we put some of them back that we would have had further up and talked in other classes. I think just it's a testament to the quality of the animals in this class, the work the kids have done, and those of you that are helping them. And we kind of talk back and forth on this pair, but I guess when you just kind of step in behind them and you watch them go, we talk about two gilts that have that presence, that look, that build, those things that we're talking about. Just it's what show gilts look like, I guess, in our mind. And then you start adding on, you step in behind this one. She's so much better and more impressive as she turns and goes. She's bigger. She's stouter in her upper hip. She's more powerful when you get on top of her. I'm not going to tell you she's perfect, but man, that one's good looking. From her blade forward, she's got good shape. She's big-ended. That's the right kind, I guess, in our opinion. The young lady's gilt that's going to go second is one that, and we've talked about all day yesterday, and we're doing it again today. This one's just the right kind, in our opinion. Maybe doesn't have some of the extras when we get on top and we start talking about muscle and just added stoutness, but man, it all fits together. Bone, foot size, good feel. She's appropriate from the side. She blends, she balances. That one's awfully good. Young lady ran into one that had just a shot more, but man, I think this one can sure check a lot of boxes in this particular breed. The gilts in 3 and 4 we thought were close. We went ahead and landed on the gilt here. I think this one's look up front is better than some we find in class. I like her elevation. I like her feature. I like her shoulder. I like the stoutness she's got to her. I didn't think that one came at us just quite as well when we studied there at the surface. I didn't think that one blended just quite as good when we got back to her ham-loin junction and just the way she wanted to use her hip. There are some class advantages to this gilt. Her elevation, her look up front, the way she ties that out of the backside of her shoulder. Very nice pig, just a hind leg away from maybe moving up a little. I like this one again. We're talking, one that's just comfortable, correct. Her skeleton's good, her bones are big. You step back though and you study this one and compare her to a couple ahead. She's not as neat when we study her from her blade forward. She doesn't have just as much shape, just as much turn when we get right on top of her. She's square built, she's heavy skeleton, she can go. That's a high high quality kind of spotted gilt again for this young lady. The gilt that comes next is one that does maybe have just a shot more in a spot or two than the one in front of her. She is a little neater. She does read with a little more shape. As we watch this one go, we thought she came in. When she comes right at us, she's not as coordinated when we watch her go off her rear two. Just need to blend that one a little better, balance her up, make her a shot more comfortable to move her up any higher. We talked to them as we went down through them. Very, very good class, deep class. We kept a lot of them. The kids did a great job. Let's put our hands together for them.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
Well, that concludes a very, very deep class to round out the lightweight divisions. 4 total classes we've judged so far. Moving on to our first class of the heavyweight division, that being class number 30. We have 2 more classes after this class of spots. In class number 30, we have 30 total head, and weight ranges on those gilts goes from 252 to 267. I have the results of this last deep class, and kind of giving you guys a backstory on that class. He pulled 15 pigs, and he could only place 10. And Blaine, Mr. Olson, that being, talked about that on the mic. He said, hey, I know I pulled more pigs, but I felt like all 15 of these had a fair shake, and it's good as a judge to acknowledge that, like, hey, I think there's more than just 10 here that we need to take a look at. And as a judge and as a parent watching, you can't do nothing but respect that. It's saying, hey, this class is really deep. It was a hard, tough class, but he did give my kid a shake and a fair shot, and that's all you can ask for as a parent or a sponsor here. But these top 10, he even talked about, he's like, I'll go 10 deep here and say these pigs are awesome. But those top 4 or 5, man, I'm telling you, they were super duper close, and it was like splitting hairs. Let's go and read off the names of the top 10 individuals in that last very deep spot class, that being class number 29. In 10th place, we had Taylor Brogman. 9th place was awarded to Berkeley Keelick. 8th place was shown by Christian Hernandez. 7th place was awarded to Dallas Sadler. 6th place was shown by Zoe Wilson. 5th place was awarded to Abigail Rendon. 4th place was shown by Hallie Maxwell. 3rd place was awarded to Braxley Brezina. 2nd place was shown by Gertie Dudley. And 1st place was awarded to Miss London Bowman of Davenport FFA. Congratulations to all those top 10 exhibitors in a very, very deep and tough class.
Did the other girls go to their...
I anticipate the other 3 remaining classes that we have here now are going to be very deep as well. I'll tell you, the spot breed wasn't quite as deep as what it is this year. This year, for all you breeders out there who have one out here in the ring or maybe don't even get a shake at it, I'm telling y'all, the depth of quality in the spots this year, whatever bore studs y'all were using or whatever breeders y'all were using, it worked. And these kids did a phenomenal job feeding these animals and prepping them for the show and showing these animals. So you people who have a spot out here, just know that this is as deep as I've seen in the spot breed to this point, and we still have 3 classes to go. Not to take away from any of the breeds yesterday, but as a whole, from top to bottom, the spot breed, it's deep. And I hate to say it, but I'm really not a spot guy. I've never been good at analyzing spots necessarily when it comes to separating them out. I don't know if it's the color or the length of body on some, but I mean, I know a good spot when I see one. I'm more of a Duroc guy, as Dad will attest, but it's fun looking at really good, high-quality spots. And that has definitely been here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show here in 2025. Yes, I did say 2025. 2024 flew by, and 2025 is proving to do the same. But we're looking for a good, positive, exciting year ahead of us here in the United States. Looks like they have 2, possibly 3 or 4 pinned back. Two individuals in the big arena for a secondary evaluation after they do their first initial sort. For those of you just tuning in, the way it's working here, our lead judge, Mr. Olson, is the first judge that these kids go to. If Mr. Olson points straight ahead, that means you're going to get weighed and classified by the NJSA and have a chance at a top 10 placing. If he points to his left, he's going to go to Mr. Knaut, who is our secondary judge here today. And if Mr. Knaut points straight ahead, you will go into the big arena and have a chance for a second evaluation to see if they want to bring you back for a top placing. Top 10 placing, that is. If he points to the left, you go back to your pin, and we wish you nothing but best of luck in future shows you may show out with your gilt this year, or if you take it into your breeding herd. But can't say enough about the good quality of pigs here, but an even better quality of kids here. Along with all our volunteers in the ring, they love kids and love to be around them and love to help them and watch them succeed and help them up when they fail. Want to thank Taylor Fort and their crew for being here today with their webcasting, bringing us a front row seat to the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. Thank all the sponsors that you see coming across your screen. We appreciate them and their dedication to this youth and this podcasting. Have 5 pinned back that I can see in the holding pens, and there are 3 out in the big arena. And say you're showing later today and you happen to be watching the podcast or webcast, if you get put in the big arena, kind of hang out. Dust your pig off, kind of brush it off, make it look presentable, but you don't want to be showing right now because there's no judges to show to, and you don't want to wear your animal out. The arena being so large now and so spread out where you're able to actually get to stretch their legs a lot out there and not feel crowded in the arena. It's good to kind of relax till the judges get out there.
Well, Landon, I've gotten the results of Class 28 and 29 on the pedigrees. Our class winner that went to Grady Lowry out of Troop FFA, the sire of that gilt was Titan, and the breeder was Jennings family out of Oklahoma. They also were the breeder of Class 26, so they're having a real good day in the spots today. The second place in that class, Cooper Sands, that gilt was sired by Take 3, and the Foot Farms out of Texas had it, Mr. Jason Foot. He does a really good job as well with those spots.
Jason's a good guy. And
absolutely.
He's fun to be around too.
Oh yes, we've had some great times.
Yeah.
Hey, and then Class 29, our first place, Miss Bauman there, her gilt was sired by Take 3. So again, second place in Class 28 was a Take 3, and now the class winner in in Class 29 is a Take 3, but this breeder of that gilt was the M.T. Hart Livestock out of Texas. Congratulations to them.
Good family as well.
Yes. And then we have in second place Gertie Dudley, and her gilt was sired by Rebar, and that was, breeder of that was the Armstrong Genetics there in Illinois.
JR's a good guy as well. He's
yes.
got a great family, and I know him and Jay are friends, and it's exciting to see
another exhibitor
good
family that works really hard at
good
it
families
as well.
at the breeder's side and the kids' side, and working together and having that much success. So congratulations to all our exhibitors and our breeders in that class. When it looks like we have 11 or 12 that they pulled back for this class, so not quite as many as 15 like they had before, but still a very, very stout class. They went ahead and pinned one back so far for a chance at the top placings here in class number 30, which is our first class of our heavyweight division. Total of 7 spot classes, 4 were for the lightweight division, and 3 are for the heavyweight division. So we have 2 more classes after this of spots, followed by the light and heavyweight division champions selections. And what we did yesterday, like we did on the Burke, we go 5 deep for both the light and the heavyweight, and then we evaluate there for the overall selection of our spot breed. Were you going to say something? I'm sorry, I took your mic time.
Oh, no.
Okay.
No, I was looking, the young man here in the plaid just got pinned as well. Looks like we're up to 3.
Yep. And we still have 4 more to pull out of their holding pins. Another dad joke while we're waiting here.
Guys, get ready.
Here we go. Real good one here. What does a baby computer call their daddy? Data. Data. There's a good one. Yeah, maybe not. Maybe I'll throw that one in the trash. So, corny dad joke of the day. Looks like we have 5 pinned back so far for a chance at the top placings here, and I'm not sure what they're going to do here. They have 6 left out here, so they'll probably place 11. Oh no, they're going to go ahead and pin the young lady in the scarf here. She'll be the 6th one pinned back, and also the young man in the pink. And they may start placing after that. They have 11 pulled back. So they are going to place 11 here. Now we're going to place from the bottom up here, and they will. I'm pretty sure they will place all 4 of these individuals here. So 11th, 10th, 9th, and 8th, and then pull these other 7 back out for the top placings in this class. Mr. Knaut is going to start placing the bottom end here. Young lady in the red is going to be 11th. Young man in the vest is going to be 10th. He will receive a placing ribbon. Young lady in the black and white will be 9th. And the young lady in the colored shirt, multicolored shirt, will be 8th. Now we're down to 7. Started with 30 head in this class and down to the top 7 here, Wayne.
It's rolling on.
So now for you watching, they're going to pull all 7 of these out now. They're not going to repin back again. They're going to get all 7 out, and they're going to start placing them. So we have a class winner. Another very, very deep set of spot gilts. No different than our last class. That was extremely deep. But the top 7 out here, Wayne, this is no exception to the rule here in what's been happening in the spot breed today.
Yeah, really a consistent set of genetics been put together here in this spot breed.
Absolutely. Well, it looks like the young man in the pink will round out the last hog coming out here in the top 7 here. So now we have all 7 pigs out here, and Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut are looking at these and evaluating these top 7 here and kind of figuring out where they're going to start. And we will place from the bottom up. Young man in the pink was 7th. Young man in the blue was 6th. Now we're down to the top 5 in this class. Young man in the kind of maroon looking shirt was 5th. Young man in the plaid is 4th, and we're down to 3 young ladies left in the ring for the top 3 in class number 30 here of the Spot Purebred Gilts here at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Like I mentioned earlier, we have 2 more classes of spot gilts to sort through before our selection of our divisions, our lightweight and our heavyweight divisions, followed by the overall selection of our spot gilts. Young lady in the greenish blue, it will be 3rd. Young lady's gilt, giving her fits, typical spot, screaming. Young lady in the white will be 2nd. And young lady in the red will be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Olson on his comments. Congratulations to a very deep class of spot gilts.
Really good one to start off with. That's the young lady in the red shirt. And, well, again, we just talk about combining all the things that are so good in the gilts in 2 and 3, putting it into one. And I know we're not just trying to combine pigs, but what I'm saying is she brings us the extras. She doesn't cause us trouble. That one's as good as any pig that came through the sift ring. When we talk about her chest and her blade and the way her knees set in her, you step off of her, she's still very good looking. She's got features. She handles her hind leg as good as any of them that we're going to talk about in this class. And yet she's big and she's bold when she hits the surface. She's big and she's bold when we get on top of her. Young lady does an awesome job of getting her driven. Young lady's Gilt there in second, kind of giving her a little trouble here towards the end, but that's not why she goes second. I think that one's just comfort and presence is what keeps her in second, especially when we talk her over the Gilts in 3 and 4. That one most closely resembles our class winner, just as far as the way she hits the surface, both from a foot size and feature standpoint, but also a comfort. She uses her hind leg better. She uses her hip better than the Gilt in 3. She doesn't come with us with just as much match, just as much stoutness as the Gilt that wins the class. But, man, before she decided to take a break on us, that one could get her head up, she could go, and she was comfortable. Young lady did an awesome job keeping her head with her and keeping her driven. That look right there is what keeps her in second. There are some parts and pieces of this one that I think are awfully intriguing, particularly when we study her at the top side of her skeleton. Again, she can elevate. She's got good look up front. We get on top of her. She's got shape. She's got boldness. She's got stoutness when she goes away. It's when we take this Gilt to the surface that she falls out of bed, just some for me. When she comes at us, she's not as good in her knee. She's not as good in her foot. And when we talk about just size, circumference, and power, when she meets the surface, she's not as big, she's not as bold, and she's not as robust. Still one that's awfully good when we study her up high. We study her on the top side of her skeleton. The Gilts that come next are Gilts both that I talk to the young men when we put them in. I love their build. I love their comfort. I thought of the pair. This one was just a shot better. Look, when we studied her up front, I thought she had maybe just a shot more shape. What gets them down a little lower, and they can both come out. What gets them down just a little lower for me, she's just more nondescriptive. She turns and goes away. She's not as big-ended. She's not as big when she comes at me. Young man's Gilt that comes next is a similar kind of story. I love her comfort. I love her presence. I love the fact that she can get out and go, and she's comfortable on her feet and legs. Again, I didn't think she had the spread. I didn't think she had the dimension of those others in the class. Again, the kids that we work on down through them, they do an awesome job. They're working hard. Let's congratulate them as they head on back.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
There you've had it for Class 30. There's starting Class 31, which is the second to last class of our spot show. The weight ranges is from 268 to 281, and we have 30 head in this class. Landon's fixing to give us the placings of Class 30.
That's right, Wayne, and what another deep class that was. Class number 30, I'm going to read off the top 10 individuals. And I apologize if I don't pronounce your name right, but I wanted to wish you all the best and congratulations. In 10th place, we had Wyatt Stiffelmeyer. 9th place went to Kenzie Bonnell. 8th place was awarded to Harley Frost. 7th place was exhibited by Toby Griffin. 6th place was shown by Prescott Westmoreland. 5th place went to Wyatt Colapel. Colapel, I apologize, Wyatt, I believe that's how you pronounce it. 4th place went to Brantley Bordovic. 3rd place was shown by Cambry Mauricio. 2nd place was shown by Hattie Swan. And our class winner of class number 30, our first of 3 heavyweight classes, was exhibited by Clee Keys of Hale County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Moving on to class number 31, like Wayne had said, it looks like we have 4 pinned back already and 2 out in the big arena for a secondary evaluation.
And we have 30 in this class, and the weight ranges is from 268 to 281. In our spot show today, the judges will evaluate a total of 200 head in this spot breed show. Yesterday, they evaluated almost 800. It was 770 to be exact. Total purebreds that showed up here at San Antonio for the 76th annual livestock show was a total over 1,300 head. So we're very proud to see that people were able to make it work with a lot of the shows kind of being backed up. They were still able to make it happen and have a really large show here at San Antonio again. Today, we've got like 19 classes, where yesterday we had 25, and the judges will be going through approximately 350 head. So they and we'll be finished sometime this afternoon, and following the completion of the purebred show, then they will have the presentation, and we'll give you the announcement of approximate time of when that's going to occur. But they'll have the presentation of all the scholarships, and then the selection of the Supreme and Reserve overall Supreme Gilt.
So yeah, based on what Wayne was just talking about with the numbers and everything, yesterday we showed the Durocs, the Landrace, the Hampshires, and the Berkshires. Today we show the spots, and we have one more class after this one, and then we move on to the Chester breed of 4 classes, then followed by the Poland China class of 2 classes, Yorkshire breed of 4 classes, and conclude with our second year of the Hereford purebred breed.
The Hereford breed is a brand new breed that has come to San Antonio last year, and as Landon said, we're in our second year with having them. They are not at the point. They're trying to see if people will continue to purchase and bring to San Antonio more of these Herefords, that they can have some numbers here, and I think then that they'll have leverage for consideration possibly to add them to the scholarship program. But right now it's kind of in the testing stages, and so the people that have brought Herefords will be competing for some premium money here at San Antonio.
Looks like we have 5 pinned back so far. I'm not sure how many they got to sort through back behind us here, Wayne, but you know, I feel like we're getting closer to concluding it. We only had 30 head, or not only 30 head, we had 30 head in this class starting off. 4 out in the big arena now. And there are 6 pinned back, and there might be 1 or 2 below me here getting classified and also weighed. You have to weigh within 15 pounds on the upper end of your weight card, the weight that you turned in.
Yes, there's no lower weight to get you into any problems. It's just the higher weight for whatever you've turned in. So basically your pig can weigh from 200 minimum that you turn in to a maximum of 350 that you turn in, but you can go up to 365.
So
total.
for example here, say I turn my weight card in at 250, I can weigh up to 265 going across the scale when I show my animal
That
in
is
that class.
correct. Yes.
We have 7, potentially 8 pinned back so far, with still just 4 out in the big arena.
So while they're selecting them, we had our cross gilt show yesterday, and they will be having a sale of the top 36 in the lineup. That is the max that they will sell, and they line up their top, what the judges feel is the top 36 to go through a sale that's going to occur at 1 o'clock today. And if you'd like to get in on that sale or even view it, you can go to saleringlive.com. Yesterday's winner of the Grand Champion, who also won a $10,000 scholarship, was Briley Kirkpatrick out of Toller FFA. The sire of her gilt was In the Woods, and the dam, or the mother, was Faith Alone Littermate. So the breeder of it was the Brockman Farms out of Texas. Josh and them do a really good job with their program. So congratulations to the Brockman Farm family, and a job well done. Also for the Reserve Grand, which was also an outstanding crossbred gilt, was Kinley Scott from Midland County 4-H. The sire was Blowing Smoke.
Hold on just one second, Wayne, just so the viewers can see. They're going to go and excuse these exhibitors out of the big arena. I think we have all 10 that we need to complete the class. So
let's give them a round of applause for doing a good job.
There we go. So now we're going to evaluate each one of these one at a time, bring them out, and they'll pin back the top end of this class that they want to keep for the top end of the class, and then sort from the bottom up. And so, Wayne, I'll pass it back to you just so they kind of knew what was going on out here in the ring.
Absolutely. As they're letting out these top end here, the Reserve Grand Cross, as I was telling you, it was Kinley Scott out of Midland County 4-H. Sire was Blowing Smoke. The mother of that gilt was All Rise. The breeder was Shrecky Genetics out of Minnesota. Congratulations. I hope I pronounced that correctly, but job well done as the breeder.
The young lady in the scarf is being pinned back for a chance at a top placing. And they do have exactly 10.
And so all 10 will get a nice ribbon.
Absolutely.
And something to take home for some bragging rights, which is definitely bragging rights here. If you can get a top 10 at San Antonio, it's such a competitive gilt show.
They only have 1 pin back so far. I say that. The young lady in the black and white, she just came out of her holding pen, and now she's going right back into the holding pen. She'll have a chance at a top placing. As we stated earlier, we have 1 more class of spots to judge after this, followed by the light and heavyweight division selections, and we conclude it with the overall selection of spot gilts. Looks like they have 3 pinned back now, and they have 1 more after this young man to bring out of the holding pen from their first initial sort. Young lady in the lavender is coming out now. She's the last one being pulled out here. They're going to pin her back. So that'll make 4 so far that they pinned back. Young man in the red is being pinned back as well. That'll make it 5. And I think Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut are looking at, okay, I think we're going to start placing from the bottom up here from 10th down to 6th, potentially leaving 1 or 2 pigs out there to evaluate what the 5 they pulled back for the top end of the class. Young lady in the orange scarf, she's going to be 10th. Young man in the blue will be 9th. Young lady in the yellow will be 8th. Young man in the red will be 7th. And young lady in the black will be 6th. So they're going to go and place all those, and now they're going to pull the other 5 individuals back out again for a chance at the top 5 placings in class number 31 here. Once again, this is the second to last class of spot gilts. Then after this breed, we move on to our Chesters. Another very good and deep top 5 here in this spot class. And like I mentioned yesterday, you know, these gilts are big, and they're only going to get bigger in this last class. They run up to 350 in this last class, and I'll tell you that it's amazing to see a female that large but that mobile at that size. Usually at 200 to 250, 275, they move like cats, but to add another 100 pounds on there and still move like that is just incredible, and it goes to show you how far we've come with structure in our livestock and also preparing at home. You know, we start at home, we practice to go out there in the show ring and give it our all, and these kids do a phenomenal job of exercising and preparing their animals to be out here for a long period of time and walk a long period of time and keep their animal in stride and not miss a beat. So congratulations to these individuals. Young man in the red is going to be 5th. Down to our top 4 here, 3 young ladies and a young man in the purple. Kind of a light looking purple from up here. I don't know what it looks like on your screen, but 3 young ladies and a young man left in our final 4 of class number 31 of our spot purebred gilts. Young lady in the black and white striped will be 4th place. Young lady with the scarf will be 3rd. Second goes to the young man and the young lady in the lavender. She will be your class winner. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
Good class and a good pair here, and I think what sorts them when we talk about them, it's absolutely first impression. The young lady's gilt's going to win this particular class, and she's the one that she's just so sharp and so good in her lines. You talk about the way that one just elevates and look and goes up front and ties back, and just such a good skeleton. The way her spine's laid in her, she's comfortable, she's correct. I appreciate the condition this one's got from a heavier weight standpoint. I think she's one that she can get out and she go, yet she's appropriate as far as her bone, her foot size, her squareness going away. One that I think is awful good just from a show gilt, from a presence standpoint, as we continue to get these things bigger and keep them neater built. Young man's gilt, she's one that maybe when she first hits the ring, she's not that, that dark black neat color, but the longer she's out here, Kyle said it, the more she just kind of catch her every time she goes by. You step in and you study this one, man. She's awful close to being built like our class winner. Maybe just not quite as neat, not quite as extended, but from there back, very, very comfortable. One that's appropriate as far as the way everything matches together. Her feature, her muscle, her stoutness, her squareness going away. Young man brings us an awful nice one to be second in this particular class. Young lady's gilt that comes next does come with a shot more stoutness, a shot more boldness. I like the forearm. I like the blade working in this one. She travels on a big hind leg, but when you step back off of them and you just talk hogs, I think that one just comes in a shot more pieces for me. She's not quite as neat. She doesn't blink quite as good up high. That one wants to throw her hind leg just a touch when we compare her to the couple that are up ahead of her. The gilt that comes next is one that, we've talked about them throughout the week when we've been here. Hogs that are just comfortable and correct in their build. Maybe doesn't bring you all those extras, but you sure have to appreciate her kind. You have to appreciate the fact that she's square, she's comfortable, she's correct, she can go. Maybe not quite as neat. Doesn't read with just as much shape there at the top side. Not as stout-ended, but one that's sure awfully good in the way she's put together. I like some of the things we see from this one from the side. We seem to find one of these in every class, and we're just going to see kind of where she falls in. Love her build, love her look, love her flexibility. I thought she got just a little dry when we got there in the center part of her rib. She doesn't come and go with the power of the punch off of either end of her skeleton. As we work our way down, we've got good pigs. We talk to the kids. We'd like to fix them in a place or two. Still very high-quality animals. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate them.
Well, that concludes class number 31. We're moving on to the last and final class of the spot gilts. Class number 32. 29 total head in this class. Weight ranges are from 282 to 350. I've got the top 10 placings from that last class, class number 31. In 10th place, we have Leighton On. 9th place went to Rex Cleveland. 8th place was shown by Landry Fisher. 7th place was awarded to Samuel Wallen. 6th place was shown by McKinley Tillery. 5th place was exhibited by Colton Moonman. 4th place was shown by Casey Barnes. 3rd place went to Alyssa Fuentes. 2nd place was shown by Kaysen Clufus. And our class winner of the second to last spot class of the day was Lila Bonert of Kendall County 4-H. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Moving on to our last and final class of spot gilts. And at the conclusion of this class, I'll kind of get more into the divisions, what's going to happen. So we're going to judge this class, then bring all of our 4 classes of lightweights back out here, and we're going to go 5 deep. So they're going to pick the top 5 of the lightweight division. You have the champion lightweight, the reserve champion lightweight, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall lightweight. Then we're going to bring our 3 classes of heavyweights back out here, our 1st and 2nds, and pick our champion heavyweight, reserve champion heavyweight, 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall heavyweight. Then at the conclusion of those 2, we will bring out our lightweight champion and heavyweight champion for a chance at champion overall spot gilt, followed by reserve champion overall spot gilt, then 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall spot gilt. Once we conclude the spot breed, we're going to move on into our 4 classes of Chester purebred gilts. Total number of Chesters are 114 total head that showed up here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. Our spot breed had 200 head. So look forward to another competitive breed, just like the spots have been all day today. Wayne's going to continue to get you the information on the siring and the breeding pedigrees of these first and second places of each class, and also who the breeder was. So we look forward to those as well. And then his final class, they already have 3 to 4 pinned back already for a chance at a top 10 placing, with 2 in the big arena for an opportunity at a secondary sort evaluation for a potential top 10 placing. Looks like we have 6 pigs pinned back so far for a chance at a top 10 placing in this last and final class. 7 now, and there might be 1 or 2 more getting classified and weighed by the NJSA and by our elite people. And I want to give Mr. Bo Sanders a shout out. He is with Paul Scales. A lot of us know and use Paul Scales every day, and we appreciate them coming down and making sure they're calibrated and ready to go and consistent, and they do a phenomenal job of checking, cleaning, and taking care and maintaining these scales for all of us. So I want to give Mr. Bo Sanders and his crew with Paul Scales a big shout out. Wonderful company and wonderful people. 8 pigs pulled back so far, and we still have several to sort. 3 out in the big arena. I have a feeling this final spot class is going to be just as deep as the last 5 or 6 have been. It'll be fun to bring all these first and second places back out again for a chance at a higher placing. To just show you the depth of quality and the consistency with what these guys have been doing. And they've been doing a great job today lining these purebred gilts up. I count 9 pinned back now. Those of you tuning in right now, they're going to go see Mr. Olson, who is our lead judge first. If he points straight ahead, you're going to go get classified and weighed for a chance at a top placing. If he points to the left, they go to Mr. Knaut. And Mr. Knaut, if he points straight ahead, you go to the big arena for a secondary look. If he points to the left, you go back to your pin, and we wish you the best of luck. At future shows, you may take your gilts too, whether it be another major, or if you have a later county show and gilts are allowed to show with either the barrows or in a breeding show at your county level. Or option number 3, they go into the breeding herd and have the opportunity to be a potential mama to create the next generation of gilts, barrows, or boars for future generations to show. Looks like they've done their initial sort. They do have 10 already, and there's 3 out in the big arena to see if there's anything they want out here that they want to keep. And they do take their time and look at these gilts and make sure there's not something out here that they want to keep back here. They're looking at the young lady in the pink pretty hard, talking about her. Yep, and they're going to go ahead and pin her back. They were looking at her pretty hard when they came out here. And then the other two individuals, they're going to excuse back to their pins. And we wish those two individuals the best of luck down the road. I think that makes 11 or 12 they pulled back for this last and final class of spot gilts. Mr. Olson's in the blue shirt and Mr. Knaut is in the white shirt today. And they're having fun. They're brother-in-laws. They've got to. They're family. They see each other on Thanksgiving and Christmas. And I'm sure this is like the 4th of July to them. Christmas in February. Getting to judge a very competitive and high quality and one of the most prestigious purebred gilt shows in the world. So the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. They're going to take them out one at a time and evaluate them. And if they like them, they'll pin them back for a chance at the top spots or top placings. We do have 12 pinned back, and stay tuned. There was one in there, I promise you.
As a judge class 32, I've got some sire results from class 30 and 31. Our class winner that was exhibited by Clay Keys from Hale County 4-H, the sire of that gilt was Stopwatch. The breeder is Harkley Farms from Texas. They do a really good job. Congratulations to the Harkey family. And they also race some really good Durocs as well. So second place in that class is Heidi Swan out of Poteet FFA. The sire of that gilt was Stopwatch, and the breeder was HP Genetics. That's Jimmy and Cassidy Hayes. Congratulations to them as well. They do a really outstanding job with their breeding program as well. Class 31 was Lily Boner from Kendall County 4-H. This was sired by Titan, and Luke Lintner is the breeder on that here out of Texas. He does a really good job, very well-rounded in the breeds, and always works really hard at it as well. Plus, their family raises really good feed as well. In the second place category, Cashlin, don't get me to pronounce the last name. She's from Marion, Texas. The sire of her gilt was Take Cover, and that breeder was Porter Farms out of Missouri. Congratulations to the Porter Farms for breeding a really good, nice spot gilt as well. If you've just now joined us, we're in the last class of our spot show, class 32. There were 29 head in this class. The weight ranges from 282 to 350. Looks like we've got 5 pinned back at this present time.
And they've got all 12. They've pulled all 12, and actually there's 6 pinned back, Wayne. This young man was hiding over here.
Oh, gotcha.
Getting his pig all cleaned up, and I just saw them. They were passing the the water spray bottles to each other. That's great sportsmanship and showmanship skills, and that's what you love to see in these kids. They may not know each other, but they're there to help each other out, and that's what we try to instill in these kids as they show in this ring.
This ag family, I call this organization a big ag family because everybody works together and everybody's there to help everyone. If you just need some help, go out and ask, and I promise you the people are more than willing to, and you couldn't ask for better fraternity than this ag family.
Absolutely, and we all have a common goal in mind and likes. We might not all see eye to eye all the time, but we're here to help each other out. And it does get competitive, y'all, but you got to remember at the end of the day, it's about the kids, not about just the winnings. Pick them up when they fail, teach them
you'll
how to overcome failure.
Well, and you have positives and negative things happen in your life, and
exactly.
You learn really good things from negative things that makes you a stronger person as well.
So it looks like they're going to place those other individuals out here, and now they're pulling out their top 6 individuals here.
At the conclusion of this Class 32, the judges have judged and evaluated 200 head in the spot show today.
Absolutely. Like I said, we're pulling out our top 6 individuals here. Now, they're going to pull all 6 of these gilts out and then evaluate them from 6th until we have a class winner here in our final spot class. Started with 29 and down to 6.
Yes, and in today's numbers, we have yesterday they evaluated almost 800 head, 770 to be exact. They're going to be going through 350, so just do the math here. They get finished with 200. They only have 150 to go.
Oh, wow. And a total of 4, 5, 6, 10, 12 more total classes to evaluate. Now, that does not count your champion drives of each breed or your light and heavy. Now, the only light and heavy division we have today is your spot breed. After that, after we judge all the classes, they will bring them all out and judge for the overall of each breed. So this is the only breed today that we have a division round in.
Well, what's really cool about San Antonio, they're always trying to make things better.
Absolutely.
By no means are they perfect, but they're always wanting to improve and make the show better. And last year, they saw with some of these bigger breeds that it was just hard to not wear out these animals, so they came up with these larger breeds to have divisions. So yesterday they did the Durocs in divisions and also the Burks, and they added then the spots for today. So just very good foresight for San Antonio, seeing and how to better and continue to improve this show in the Junior Breeding Gilt Show.
Absolutely. Looks like we're down to our top 4 in this class right here, and what a deep class. Look how big and broody these animals are, and like I mentioned a while ago, Wayne, to be 350 pounds and still move like a Cadillac out there, it's amazing. It goes to the conditioning these kids put in and the exercising they put into these animals to be able to drive this long and be that big and not get really that tired.
And it's also based not only on conditioning, but just the genetic input.
Exactly, the structure they put in these animals now
to have that looseness and that muscle design.
Yeah, exactly. And I'll tell you, when I'm getting tired out here watching them drive, and I'm not even out there in the ring walking around. Oh, look, the young lady in the pink is going to be your 4th place. Now we're down to 3 here. Young man in the darker blue will be 3rd. Boys gilt's good too. They're both really good gilts. The boy's gilt is really good. He's a little bit cleaner fronted, got a little longer necked. than the young ladies, but that young ladies is so bold. Yep, he's going to be second. Young man's going to be second, and the young lady's going to be first. That's kind of how I thought they were going to. I thought they were going to do that. Let's hear what Mr. Olson has to say here, Wayne.
Well, good way to end our spotted drive, and a pair of gilts that are awful good. I think that separates the two. Just the build, the look, the comfort of this one from the side, I prefer a shot more. They both got plenty when we talk about all the extras, but I think this one just stayed comfortable longer. She's better off really either end of her skeleton, just as far as her stride and her willingness to go. She blends just a shot better when we get there at the top side. Her spine just lays in her just a shot better. I thought that one was a pretty good place to start. The young man's gilt does come with a few more extremes. We get on top of her. She's really good in her shape. Very big when we get behind her and watch her go. You step off, though, and the longer she drives, she just comes in a piece or two more for me. She doesn't elevate just quite as good. Her head crests up just a bit when he raises. I thought that one was maybe just a bit softer or harder and drier there in the center part of her body. We need to make her softer there. Still, I'm getting awful hard on a real good one. She's square built coming and going. She's still extended up front. She's awesome as far as her shape up high. Young man did a good job keeping her kind of in check throughout this drive. The young man's gilt that comes next is one that when we get off of her, off the surface and we just study that one up high, we love her just from a look, an extension, a presence standpoint. I really appreciate the looks she would give us. She'd catch your eye going across. She's very good at the top side of her skeleton. She's very big in her hip. I saw her in a sift pin and just wasn't sure where we were at. I wanted to bring her across and see. Ultimately, what I saw then is going to be her demise. She just gets too soft at the surface. She's upright in her shoulder and she compensates at the ground. She just uses too much of that front foot and dew claw to get across. Similar kind of story from behind. If we can fix that, it'd be interesting to see where we go in the top end of this particular drive. Unfortunately, she just ran out of gas there. Got just a little flat for her. The young lady's gilt that comes next is one that Kyle grabbed and we came back and brought up. And I'll be very honest, I didn't get a good look at her in the back. She just didn't want to get up. She kind of bunched and didn't want to go. When we get her out there, I believe that she can do that. When you see her here, she gets her going and she presents very well. I like her skeleton, actually. I like the way she uses her hind leg. She's stout, she's bold when she goes away. Her front third ultimately is what lands her in 4. I didn't think she was as neat. I didn't think she was as correct when we studied her from her blade forward. She didn't quite just read it as comfortable as correct, and it's just a set to her shoulder. We need to set her back there. Young lady did an awesome job, fought hard, and we brought that one back. The next one that comes in is one that you really like when you get on top of her skeleton. She's neat in her look. She's good in her lines. You like those things about her. As we take her to the surface, she's not quite as impressive. Not only does she want to twist and turn and she comes right at us, I don't think she uses her hind leg quite as well. She wants to have her range of motion up high in her hip, doesn't use her hock, doesn't flex her foot just quite as comfortably. Young man's gilt that comes next, big, stout, bold one when we get on top of her. She does give us a good look. Similar kind of story. We just got to rebuild this one, both front and rear, if we want to get her to move up any higher. Just need to make her a shot more comfortable. Young man does a nice job. As we round our Berkshires out, let's give these kids all a nice round of applause and congratulate them as they head back.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Well, that concludes our last and final class of the spots. Now we're moving on to the lightweight division selection.
All eligible.
So they're going to pull out all 4 of these class winners from these 4 classes of the lightweight spot purebred gilts and pick a champion lightweight division, a reserve champion lightweight division, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall lightweight division. When they finish the lightweight division up, they're going to bring all the first place of those 3 classes of the heavyweight division back out here, and first and second, and pick our champion heavyweight division, reserve champion heavyweight division, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. And then we conclude the spot breed with the overall selections of our Supreme and Reserve Supreme spot gilt, followed by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall spot gilt. Looks like we're fixing to get started. I'm going to go ahead, while they're kind of getting everything ready, I'm going to go ahead and announce our top 10 from that final class. 10th place went to Brady McLemore. 9th place was awarded to Dawson Shiraus. 8th place went to Kinsley Lemons. 7th place was shown by Megan Swintek. 6th place was awarded to Indian Uzna. 5th place was shown by Kaya Williams. 4th place went to Kendall McMullen. 3rd place was shown by Kane Juggerhadis. 2nd place went to Tanner Morris. And our class winner was Kylie Sparks in the last class from East Central FFA. Congratulations. Moving on to our top 4 class winners for the lightweight division here. Stay tuned.
We go back out here in our division. We get our first 4 class winners together, and I think we can see a pattern. I think we find hogs all day that are the right kind from a look, a build, and a comfort perspective, and then we were able to add, the extras, the stoutness, the feature, those things that make them, just ultimately top in, I guess, in our opinion, in each class. It's neat to see the 4 of these get back together, and they're darn sure not cookie cutter, but they do fit that mold. And I think there's a pair of them that they kind of separate for us as we're talking about them, and then you kind of get into them, and one of them just blends just a shot better. When you get on top of them, she uses her hind leg just a shot better, and then, man, she is a big stout one. She can go. She's good coming and going. Young man brings an awful good one to us. Well, for reserve out here, I thought it was really close on the top end, and we talked about them, and I mean, it makes a lot of sense to see the kind and then just kind of enjoy them. And these others, they come in that second, and they're still awfully competitive. I just think there's another one out there that very closely resembles our champion. Like I said, maybe fix her in a spot or two, but man, she's awfully good. I think she's going to be really neat to watch mature wherever she might end up. Young lady right here is going to have your reserve.
That concludes our lightweight division. Now we're moving on to the heavyweight division. There are 3 classes here. We're going to pull all 3 of those first place out first and pick for our champion, reserve champion heavyweight division, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall of the heavyweight division, and conclude the spot breed with the overall selection of our purebred spot gilts.
As we work into our heavies here, 3 awfully good class winners, and real fresh in our memory as far as just going through them. We talk them briefly, but we'll definitely see them very, very similar. I think there's a pair of them out here that are very close as far as just look and build and comfort and just the way they're put together. And I think of the pair of them, there's one that's just a notch stouter in her feature, a notch bigger in her forearm and in her blade. I think they're both awfully good. She just offers a little more. Young lady over here is going to have your champion. Well, for reserve out here, I thought it was awful close. And again, we talked real good in class as far as just her look and her build and her presence. I thought maybe she got just a shot refined when we got out here in comparison to our champion. But, man, there are some pieces of her that are really good. She's awfully exceptional, Gil. Young lady right here is going to have your reserve.
That concludes our heavyweight division selection. Now we're moving on to the overall selection of our Supreme Champion Spot Gilt, followed by Reserve Supreme Champion Spot Gilt. Third, fourth, and fifth overall Spot Gilt. Now we're bringing them out, both the Champion Lightweight and the Champion Heavyweight divisions, for an opportunity at the Champion Spot Gilt here right now.
The breeding on the Champion Lightweight is sired by Titan, and it's the Jennings family out of Oklahoma, the breeder of it. And then for our Champion Heavyweight that's out there competing, it is Talking in Cursive, and the breeder is the Doty Show Pigs out of Texas.
Let's put our hands together quick for all of these two young people, all the kids that showed spots, the ones in the top 5 and the ones that ended up back at the pen. I think this has been a fun breed to go through. We've talked them back and forth, and I know we've kept a few every time, and maybe a few too many a couple times, but I think that speaks just to the depth and quality and consistency that we were seeing kind of come through the gate back there. And ultimately we land on these two, and we're going to get a top 5. But I just want to say I thought that breed was very, very good. I thought they were deep, and they were fun to work through here first thing this morning. We bring this pair back out, and they're both very, very good in their own right. We kind of talked to them several times. Kyle and I talked briefly as they came out. There's one here that she's just different. She maintains all the things we need her to. She reaches further. She gets out further. She's extreme where she needs to be, and yet she's feminine and she's neat where she needs to be. Young man on the far side is going to have your champion. As we come back out for reserve again, we continue to talk about just how good these things are, and just to recognize both of them. The heavy, we talk about just big, stout, and bold she can go. That looks like what a heavy spot should look like. She's still appropriate in her look. She's very dense. She's very good in her features. She's square in her build. I think that's a very, very high quality gilt that's going to go on and do great things. And then we bring the little one in that's obviously on the other side of her maturity curve, and we talked about her maybe not just being perfect, but man, that one reaches again. She does a lot of things different. She's extreme where she needs to be. She's very, very dense. She's very bold when we take her to the ground. Again, I don't know if she's just perfect, and that's why she was reserved in that division. I thought that pair was awfully, awfully good, and we're going to keep them together. Young lady right here's got your reserve.
Well, that concludes our spot show. Moving on now to our Chester show. Those of you looking forward to watching the Chester show, we're fixing it started, and we'll keep you posted. Thanks for tuning in.
If you've just now joined us, we had completed the spot show where we had 200 head. We're in the starting lineup of the Chester Whites, class 33. The weight range is from 200 to 235, and there are 28 in this class. We'll have a total of 4 classes of Chester Whites today. Our Chester White show will total head in this breed is 114 that showed up here at San Antonio. If you just also joined us in the completion of the spots, I'd like to give you the bloodlines on the champion and reserve champion spot. The champion spot came out of class 28, Grady Lowry from Troop FFA. The sire was Titan, and the breeder was Jennings family out of Oklahoma. And they also raised was the breeder of the reserve champion that Lindsay Lowry had out of class 26, out of Troop FFA as well, and the sire was Titan as well. I did double look at the papers, and they are 2 different litters, so they're not litter mates. As you guys know, we are showing by weights now and not by ages, but double checked that, and the Jennings got a really good spot genetics that nicked super well, because they did a complete sweep of our spot show today, receiving breeder honors for the champion and reserve overall in our spot show. Congratulations to them and also the exhibitors. Looks like here in the front we've got 2 that have gone across the scale and are pinned back so far, and none out in the big arena yet. As we're having our judges go through our first class of Chester Whites, just want to remind our listeners that we had our crossbred show yesterday. There were approximately 540 crossbred Gilts that showed up at San Antonio, and they have their sale today. The crossbreds are the breeding stock that actually gets sold here at San Antonio, and how they do is they line up the top 36 of what they feel is the top 36. The judge lines up the top 36 to go across that they think is the top 36 best ones. And the sale is going to be held at 1 o'clock today. If you'd like to view the sale, even bid on some of those, you can go to saleringlive.com and you can view that. The winners of yesterday, our grand champion went to Braley Kirkpatrick out of Toller FFA. The sire was In the Woods, and the mother was a Faith Alone litter mate. According to my people over there at the Crossbred Show, I thought that grand champion was one of the best ones that they had seen come across San Antonio in a while, but not to take away from the reserve because it was also good. But the breeder of the grand champion was the Brockman Farms out of Texas. They do an outstanding job as well. Good family, Josh and Carrie Brockman. They just work hard on their genetics as well. Our reserve grand champion cross was Kinley Scott out of Midland County 4-H. The sire of her gilt was Blowing Smoke, and the mother of that gilt was All Rise. The breeder was Shrekley Genetics, if I said that right, out of Minnesota. Congratulations to the breeder and Kinley Scott as well. And also good luck to both of these as they go into the sale ring this afternoon at 1 o'clock. And also the grand champion, Miss Kirkpatrick, also won a $10,000 scholarship as well. And here at San Antonio, just as we were talking about scholarships, San Antonio gives a total in this breeding gilt show $85,000 in the purebred or in the breeding gilt purebred show. And with that, you can win up to, and it doesn't matter if you're in the Gilts show or if you're in the market show or whatever, you can earn up to $20,000 in scholarship at San Antonio. So you top out at 20 grand. The ones going for the Supreme and reserves of Supreme this afternoon are the ones going for the Supreme. There is an added $5,000 to the one who receives the Supreme Champion. So whoever, if they haven't won any money at all, they're going to be already within $5,000 of capping out. So fine job at San Antonio on the scholarship program, and it's really grown because back it started around 1997. And the first one was like those scholarships at that time for breed champions were 6,000, and now it's 10. So they've come a long ways in that amount, and it's been 10,000 for quite a while. So great job with San Antonio having that foresight to try to further educate our kids. Here in the Chesters, we've got up to 9 penned at this time, and we have 5 out in the big ring. And if you've just now joined us, this is our first class of Chester Whites, class 33, and there's 28 head in this class. Looks like we've got 10 penned back at this time. They're conferring at this time to make sure they haven't missed anything here. There are only 10 ribbons being given out, but like I said, I appreciate these judges of conferring and going over things of what's out here, giving each and every one of these young exhibitors an opportunity and give that extra fairness of trying to get all the boxes checked. So they're going out and explaining why they didn't pen their hogs or what they'd like to change about them. So great job by our judges, giving them an explanation on what they saw in their hog that they'd like to change. They've let out the first one. Now they're letting out the second one from the initial sort. Like I mentioned, we have 10 of them that they're going to be going through and placing them, and they'll probably pen at least four they'll probably pen back for a third evaluation. They have done anywhere from 4 to 6 most of the times. Of course, we had a spot class a while ago that they penned 10 back for the third sort, so that was a very deep class as well. Our Chester show, in this class we've got 28 total head that they've evaluated, and the Chester show total is 114 that has come to San Antonio. They've penned back another one, the young lady in the maroon shirt. If you've just now joined us in viewing the show this year and have just started here with the Chesters, our judges are actually brother-in-laws, so they've worked very well together. They have got to grow together and bond together with their family ties, and I think they've really worked well together of conferring and coming up with a plan for each and every one of these classes and how they place them. We've got 5 back presently. Of course, they're discussing this, making sure that they don't want to maybe put another one back. But I think after their discussion, they're going to go ahead and place from the bottom up and kind of see if there's something they feel they need to compare to. They've done that multiple times when they place up from the bottom up, from 10th on up. They have left anywhere, sometimes 1 up to possibly 3 at times. So, and some of those have actually gotten in the top 5. So don't ever give up if you're an exhibitor listening here, because it's not over till it's over. So you just keep working hard. So they actually kept back 11 in this class, and they've placed out the 10th and 9th, and I believe the 8th place as well. And maybe 7th as well, it looks like. So now they're going to let out all 6 of these and place them from 6th on up to our class champion. We're down to the final 4 at this time. Pretty uniform set of chesters, if you could see that on your screen there. Very loose, structured type chesters out there. All of them seem to be really loose out of their shoulders, and young lady there in the maroon just got placed. Young lady in the light royal looking shirt received the 3rd place, and we're down to the final 2. Thinking these 2 that we still have out here, maybe a little more base width that we see in these top 2. Look, And there we have it. And we'll hear from Blaine, Mr. Olson, on his comments. Congratulations to each and every one of these exhibitors.
Good pair here, and just quality up towards the top end. This Chester breeds deep in this first class. A lot of Gilts with quality. I think sorting just on stoutness and added extras, and that's how we land on the young man that wins the class. Of the two that we find just to be a little bolder and a little more powerful, I prefer her build. I prefer her look from the side. I think she blends just a notch better in her top line. This one's good when she comes at us. She's big and square and powerful as she goes away, and yet she still handles it on her feet and legs. I think that one's an awfully nice place to start. The young lady that comes next, although she didn't want to talk on the microphone when I offered it to her, she did a great job. We had a little fumble with our handing her the chip, but man, she brought a good pig to the ring. Again, she fits that mold. Big forearm, big blade working in her. She's got a big hind leg working. You get on top of her, you sure appreciate the muscle, the stoutness, and the shape. She's big when she goes away as well. I like her presence. I like her look up front. I don't know that this one, like I said, she just didn't blend quite as good when we studied her from the side. Came apart just a shot there in her ham loin, but I thought that one was awfully good. The Gilts in 3 and 4 are pretty similar as far as being ones that are just elevated and neat in their look. I thought they both gave up some just as far as heaviness of skeleton and feature. This one for me moves just a shot better when you watch the way she wants to work off her front end. She's more relaxed. She takes a longer step. That's what keeps her in 3. The Gilt in 4 is one, again, you have to appreciate her elevation, her look. When she first hits the ring, she just commands your attention for her ability to get her head up and go. I love her top line. I love her freshness when you study her there. Her skin's good. I just thought she labored just a shot more than the Gilt ahead of her. Both built from a similar mode. Both built very high quality kind of Gilts in this particular class. Young lady that comes next does have one that comes to us just a notch stouter than the two ahead of her in class. I just don't know that she was built quite as good. She definitely has the advantage as far as the size to her forearm and blade. She travels bigger going away. I didn't think she was just quite as neat when we studied her up front. Just didn't blend. Just didn't read quite as immature when we studied her from the side. But man, she's stout and she's bold. Young lady does a nice job. As we send them back and they head back to the pen, congratulations to these guys. They're doing a good job. Let's put our hands together for them.
Well, that concludes class number 33. Moving on to our second of 4 classes of Chester Purebred Gilts. Class 34 consists of 29 head, and the weight ranges are from 236 to 262. I'm going to go and read off our top 10 individuals from class number 33. 10th place went to Hudson Heichel. 9th place was Brinley Castillo. 8th place was awarded to Madeline Hajda. Seventh place went to Zurley Lauderdale. Sixth place was shown by Cadence Watson. Fifth place went to Reagan Turner. Fourth place was shown by McKinley Henry. Third place was exhibited by Tinsley Beatty. Second place was shown by Katie Klein. And our class winner in our first class of Chester Gilts was exhibited by Briar Parson of Medina County 4-H. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Once again, we're on class number 34 here. My name is Landon Rohde. Wayne had to step out for a minute, so you get me for a little while. We'll keep rocking and rolling, and I'll throw a dad joke in there here and there. Got 2 pinned back so far in this class, and we'll keep you posted. Thanks for tuning in to Taylor Fort Podcast. Looks like here in class number 34, they have 8 pigs pinned back. There's probably 1 or 2 below us that are getting classified and weighed. Actually, all 3 of these in the big arena are going to get sent back to classifying and weighing, so they're going to get a chance at a top 10 placing spot. So I think that might make 11 pinned back here. Once again, we're on class number 34. Started with 29 head down to about 11-ish. So what they're going to do now is they're going to pull them out one at a time and evaluate each one. If they really like that animal, they're going to pin it back for a chance at the top placings in this second class of Chesters. A total of 114 Chesters showed up today. And the guys have really got a good rhythm going. Mr. Olson and Mr. Knaut, excuse me, there's not an L in there. Sorry, Kyle. They are brother-in-laws. They talk every day is what Mr. Olson told me, and now they're talking more than they ever have, I feel like, in a day. Evaluating these hogs over the past 2 days. They are having a great time doing it. They really enjoyed that spot breed. They talked about how deep it was to me a while ago, and it very much was. And Dad and I both talked about that during the spot breed. And the Chesters are very deep as well. So excited to see what happens here. Stay tuned. As they're pulling out these pigs here, that looks like they pinned 3 back for a chance at the top placings in this second class of Chesters. Actually 4 now. Young lady in the pink with the scarf is being pinned back here. They've got 3 more to pull out of the pins to evaluate individually. Once they have all their top placings here, they are going to place from the bottom up. They now have 5 pinned back for a chance at the top placings here. They're kind of looking around right now. They might put in 1 more, or they might start placing from the bottom up. But it looks like Mr. Olson's going for the buttons. So they should start placing from the bottom up. A total of 11 pulled back in this class. Mr. Knaut's going to start placing here, it looks like to me. Talking it through, here we go. So young lady in the black is going to be 11th. Young lady in the neon green is going to be 10th. Young man in the black shirt is going to be 9th. Young man in the striped shirt is going to be 8th. Young lady is going to be 7th. And the young man in the kind of grayish shirt is going to be 6th. Now we're going to pull the 5 individuals back out that were repinned and place our top 5 in the second class. Once again, we're on class number 34. Started with 29 head. Weight ranges were from 236 to 262, and now we're down to 5, starting with 29. We've got 2 more classes of Chesters after this, 4 total classes, followed by the Supreme and Reserve Supreme selection of our Chester Whites. Once we finish up the Chesters, we're going to move on to our Poland Chinas, which there's 2 classes of those, and 71 total head of the Poland Chinas, followed by the Yorkshire breed. And we conclude with the second year edition of the Hereford breed. At which time, once we finish all the breeds up, we will move into the Supreme Overall Selection and the Scholarship Presentation. The young lady in the green shirt is going to be your 5th place in this class. Very complete individuals here. Young lady in the red is going to be 4th. All 3 of these Chesters left out here are real big backed. Structurally correct here and very wide coming at you. Very good, adequate amount of muscle for their size. Young man is going to be 3rd. And down to 2 young ladies left out here. Young lady in the purple and young lady in the pink here. They're going to be your top 2 in the class, and Mr. Olson is evaluating these 2 right now, and looks like young lady in the purple is going to be 2nd, and your class winner is the young lady in the pink. Congratulations to this very deep class of Chesters. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
Get into our heavy Chesters. I think we've got just some different kinds of different parts and pieces to work through, and a class that Kyle and I discussed just a little bit, but we get up here towards the top end, we like them pretty good. The young lady that's going to win the class does so, I guess, with the fall free one for us. It still has a few extras. Multiple times when that one just came through the gate, I thought, man, I like that one. I like her chest. I like her presence. You step off to the side. She's comfortable. She handles it. Her feet hit the surface correctly. One that when you study her from the side, she still balances up. It still fits together. Nice place to start with the young lady's gilt. The young lady in the blue is going to have our gilt in 2nd. I really appreciate the rear 2/3 of this gilt. To talk about the good, you know, she's good in her top line. She blends well in her ham loin. She's got a big hind leg, and she's big and stout and square when she goes away. That's what gets her in over a couple of the gilts that fall a little lower in class. I guess if we're just going to redesign this one, we got to jack her up on those front feet if we're going to go ahead and run with her. But her presence is good. Her look, her build up high is good. She uses her hind leg well. I thought that was a nice place to land for 2nd on for this young lady. This one that comes next does have some advantages when we talk about just stoutness and boldness and power. She's got a big forearm. She's got a big hind leg. When you step off and study them, though, we find her to be the most uncoordinated of the initial trio. She just has to search more. When you watch her walk off her rear two, she struggled to get going just a shade more for me from the front two. Still quality gilt, still one that's big, still one that's opened up. Young lady's gilt that comes next is one that, she gives you a good look. She's got that presence that we talk about. She's elevated and she's neat up front. The longer the drive wore on, she just kind of fell out of bed just from a stoutness standpoint of the initial few. She just gets a shot flatter in her build. She's a little frailer when we take her to the surface, but I thought still a high quality kind of gilt for the young lady. And then the gilt that comes out 5, one again, we keep around in that top 5. We drive that one. Another one that's got a big forearm. She's dense. She's bold when we take her to the ground. I didn't think she stayed just quite as good when we studied her there in her top line. I thought she got a little easy there. I thought she got a little softer and just a little more labor when we studied her off her front end. But still, one that's big-ended, stout, bold, and got a big hind leg. Good class of them here for the kids. Let's put our hands together and let's congratulate them as they head back.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
That concludes class number 34. Moving on now to class number 35, which is our third of 4 classes of Chesters. 29 head in this class, and weight ranges are from 263 to 287. Have one out in the big arena for a secondary sort. For those of you just now tuning in, give you a heads up what you see on your screen here. The young individuals will first show to Mr. Olson in the sift pen. If you point straight ahead, you're going to go get classified and wait and have a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. If he points to the left, they will go to Mr. Connaught. And Mr. Connaught will have a secondary evaluation. And if you point straight ahead, he'll put you in the big arena where they will evaluate you after they do their initial sort. If he points to the left, you will go back to your pen, and you can take your animal on to other stock shows. There's some major shows that still have breeding gilt shows coming up. Or if you have a Lake County show and they allow gilts to be shown, you can show it there or implement it back into the breeding herd. Looks like they have 1 or 2 pinned back so far. And give me just a minute. Wayne had to step away for a little bit, and I'm going to get you the breeding and the sires of the last couple classes. Stay tuned. While we're sorting class number 33, I'm going to go ahead and give you the pedigrees on the last 2 classes of the first and second places. In class 33, our first place was shown by Briar Parson of Medina County 4-H, and the sire was PV SS3 Keystone. The breeder of that was also Brian Parson, the shower, and Yancey Harper of Texas. Congratulations to them. Our second place in class number 33 was shown by Katie Klein of Medina County 4-H. The sire was BAJ2 Titan, and the breeder of that was also Brian Parson and Yancey Harper of Texas. So congratulations, they bred both the first and second in class number 33. Class number 34, the first place was exhibited by Florence Hitzfelder of Medina County 4-H. The sire of that gilt was PVSS3 Keystone, and the breeder of that hog was Florence Hitzfelder. So congratulations. It's really cool to see the kid not only show it but also be the breeder of that animal. It makes you feel really good about going in there and starting from the ground up and getting to reap the rewards of that. So congratulations to them. And our second place in class 34 was exhibited by Ava Luke of Hampshire Fanet FFA. And the sire of that hog was H-Man 3 Making Waves. And the breeder of that hog was Meyer Show Pigs of Texas. Congratulations to that breeder and kid. And we're going to keep you posted as the day goes on. We've got 5 total pinned back in this class number 35. 4 out in the big arena. And it sounded like a few more were pinned up. So we should have 6 or 7 that are pinned for a chance at the top 10 placings. And we'll keep you posted. Thanks for tuning in. I went down below, and it looks like we have 10 or 11 pulled back total so far. So we have enough to make a class, but they're going out there right now in the big arena, sorting through them, and I don't think they're going to keep any of these back here, but they're telling the kids kind of what they liked, what they need to change about their animal, and wishing them the best of luck down the road. So Mr. Olson, Mr. Connaught, thank you for taking the time with these individuals, even though they didn't place, but giving them the time of day and all their hard work and effort. So give them a round of applause, and kudos to our two judges for taking the time to do that. And that's what you can appreciate about these two guys a lot. They do take the time with these kids, and that's all you can ask for as a parent or a sponsor or somebody shown in the ring, that you gave them a fair shake and opportunity, and they've given every one of these kids just that. So thank you to those two judges and their time and their efforts with all these kids here today at one of the most competitive purebred gilt shows in the world. We're judging Class 35 for those of you just now tuning in, and letting you all know that there's one more class of Chesters to evaluate, followed by the Supreme and Reserve Supreme selection of our Chester White breed. I believe we have 10 pigs, maybe 11 pinbacks. So like what they're doing right now, they're pulling them out one at a time, and if they like you, they'll send you back to your pen for a chance at the top placings in this class. Once they've evaluated all of them, they will start placing from the bottom back up again. Young lady in the pink, or young man in the blue here, having some assistance over here. That's awesome. That's what you call team effort right here. It's getting pinned back. I don't know if y'all can hear in the background, they're playing a little Earth, Wind, and Fire, September. You know, we got some good vibes going on today at the pig show.
Ladies and gentlemen, class number 36 characters, this is your first call. We're in class 36 characters, first call.
Young lady in the greenish teal was pinned back. That makes it 3 now. Still have 2 more to pull out here of their pins. And they'll probably pin a few more. I think the young lady in the red just got pulled back for a chance at a top placing. Once they pull them all out and have a chance to look at each individual hog and pin back the ones they want to pin back for the top end of the class, we will start judging from the bottom up. So far, 4 pinned back. And they did keep 11 back for this class. 10 of them will get a nice placing ribbon. The 11th won't, but I do appreciate them taking an extra one out there just to make sure they got it right. Young man in the blue with the glasses is getting pinned back as well. Doing a wonderful job showing here. Ooh, he took a big old deep breath. He said, "Whoo, I made it." It's always a good feeling. That's 5 pinned back now. We have 6 left out there. Now Mr. Olson's reaching for the button, so we should start placing from the bottom up here. So 11th down to 6th. They may leave 1 or 2 out there still to sort with the 5 they have up at the top end of the class, but it just kind of varies on the depth of quality. So young man in the black is going to be 11th. Young lady in the khaki sweater or vest is going to be 10th. Oh, they're playing music over here. I'm singing. Sorry if your ears are burning or your speakers just blew. Young man in the pink shirt, the light pink shirt, will be 9th. Young man in the plaid will be 8th. Young lady in the blue bow, she did a good job of getting her pig walking again. She's going to be 7th. Pig didn't want to cooperate, but she got it going again. And young man in the pink is going to be 6th place. Now we're down to our top 5 here in this subclass of Chester Gilts. Going to pull all 5 of them out here and then sort them from 5th until we have a class winner. All these top 5 exhibitors here are doing a phenomenal job presenting their pig. And we talk about showmanship being one of the most important things, if not the most important thing you can do as a shower, presenting your animal. You want to make sure it's set up correctly, on the move, keep it away from other hogs, kind of separate yourself from the crowd to give the judges a good look at your animal. And all 5 are doing a phenomenal job. Young lady in the red will be 5th place, down to our top 4 in this class. Young man with the glasses worked his way up to 4th. Good job. Now we're down to 3 here. Uh-oh, Wayne's back. We better get back to being professional, people. Young lady in the green is going to be your 3rd place, and now we're down to our top 2 in this class. Wayne just kicked Taylor Ford out of his seat. If it wasn't for him, we wouldn't be sitting up here right now. But I guess old men do have to sit down every now and then. Down to 3 in this very competitive class. Okay. Young man is 2nd in the blue. That's what you call teamwork. And young man in the green is going to be your class winner on a very competitive deep class here. Let's hear Mr. Olson's comments on all these individuals here. Congratulations.
We get these Chesters just a shot bigger, and they're awful good at the top end, and 2 that are just so comfortable and so correct. And I think once we get by that, the young man's Gilt here that we're going to start with just has a few extras. She's better, she's neater, she's more attractive when we study her up front. Her ring presence is awfully good. He does a good job of getting her driven. He's got her in the right spot. She always kind of gives you a good look when you get it catch an eye of her, and she turns and she goes away. She's stout and she's bold. She's one that I think just kind of fits the mold or fits the picture of what needs to win this particular class. I think the young man's Gilt that comes here in 2nd is one that has an awful lot of good in her. Kyle and I were talking about her as she came out, and he got her head up and got her collected, and we got her going. She's just so loose and so comfortable and so correct in her skeleton, and yet you talk about her still having feature and still having stoutness. She comes and goes. She's wide and she's square off both ends. She maybe isn't quite just as neat and attractive, but man, that one's loose made. She gets out and goes, does an awesome job of getting her driven. Young man brought an awful nice Chester Gilt for today. This one that comes next is one that reaches in a spot or 2 just from her extremes, bone, foot size, her forearms big. She gives us a neat look. I think the longer it goes, though, this one just gets more rigid for us out here. She gets straighter. She gets more upright off of either end of her skeleton. That one doesn't want to just get out and go quite as well as the 2 ahead of her in class. Really, really neat, though, from the look standpoint. Really stout, really bold. One that that we sure do have to like a lot about. The one that comes next is another one that if we just set them still and we don't have to move them, you'd have to like. She gives us a good look. She's good in her shape. She's good in her expression. Another one that travels on a big hind leg. It's when we set her in motion that she slips down just a little further for us. This one was just a little slower in her step, a little shorter in her step. She just didn't want to get out and go, didn't want to get out and drive just quite as good for the young man. The young lady's Gilt that comes next is one you really have to like, just from a look, a build, a comfort standpoint. She gets out, she's comfortable, and she goes. The difference in this one and maybe a couple of the others we've talked in class that fit that similar mold, she doesn't have the features, she doesn't have the stoutness and the boldness when we take her to the ground. She's not as big coming or going, but still one that's comfortable, one that's neat in the way she's put together. Really a good class. Let's put our hands together and congratulate the kids.
That concludes a very deep class, class number 35. Moving on to our last and final class of Chester Whites here today. Our last class being class number 36, has 20 total head in this class, and the weight ranges are from 288 to 350. So we got some big old girls in here. Giving you a little back history on the Chester breed. Chester Whites originated in Chester County, Pennsylvania, so they are an American breed from which their name was formed. These white hogs with droopy, medium-sized ears are known for their motherly ability, durability, and soundness. Packers also taught their muscle quality. One of the really, really good breeds out there. Once again, for those of you tuning in, we're in our last class of Chester Whites, whereas we're going to bring all of our first and second places back for the opportunity to show for the Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall Chester White. Looking forward to that drive. There are 4 total classes, so we'll have 4 pigs, all first places from the first class, second class, third, and fourth, go out to show for the overall Chester and an opportunity to show for the Supreme Drive later today. Now 3 more breeds showing after the Chesters. We have the Poland Chinas, which there's only 2 classes of those, followed by the Yorkshire class, which is 4 classes of the Yorkshires, and we conclude with the Hereford breed before the much anticipated scholarship presentation of awards, and conclude the Purebred Gilts show here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo with the Supreme Champion Drive. And we'll keep you posted as the day goes on, kind of when that drive will actually happen, and they'll probably take about a 20-minute break in between the conclusion of the Herefords to set up everything in the ring. Really cool and special, unique presentation that San Antonio does with the scholarships. Then we get the hogs out there and make it happen. What I love about the scholarship presentation, at that point, it's all about the kids. Kind of like in showmanship. When you're judging showmanship, you're judging the kid, not the animal. So it gives the kids an opportunity to shine on their own without the animal being in the ring. So it's really cool how they do that, and kudos to them for making it so special for these individuals who worked so hard all year long with their projects to get to this moment. I've got the results from class number 35 on the top 10 individuals. 10th place went to Piper Long. 9th place was awarded to Kaysen Manater. I hope I said that right, Kaysen. 8th place was awarded to Justin McQueen. 7th place was shown by Andrew Rayleigh. 6th place was exhibited by Michael Cazales. 5th place was awarded to Kenzie McQuinney. 4th place was shown by Nathan Griffith. 3rd place went to Hannah Garcia. 2nd place was exhibited by Wallace Vasquez. And our class winner in Class 35 went to Cash McCamey of Hawkins FFA. Congratulations to all those top 10 exhibitors in a very deep class. 3 to 4 pigs pinned back so far for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. Nothing out in the big arena yet, but we just now started. While we're waiting, we'll go and throw another dad joke in here. Been doing them all day and yesterday. So here's your corny dad joke of the day. After an unsuccessful harvest, why did the farmer decide to try a career in music? After an unsuccessful harvest, why did the farmer decide to try a career in music? Because he had a ton of sick beats. Get it? Sick beats, farmer. Haha, music career, corny dad joke. Thank you much. I'll be here all day. We've got 4 pin pack in this last class of Chesters here. Like I said, nothing in the big arena yet, so I'm curious to see what the depth of quality is here. I know that top end and on all 3 of the previous classes were really, really good. I expect the last and final class of Chesters to have a lot of depth and quality as well. Shout out to all you breeders of the Chester breed, keeping them pure here and making them very legit. And as a breeding gilt, you're not looking at marketability on this. You're looking at broodiness and motherly aspects for your gilt. This is not a market show. This is a breeding show. So what we're trying to look for is characteristics of a motherly type animal that can create the next generation of Barras, Gilts, and also maybe some of your sires. I do see there's 5 out here. Total of 6 pin back that I can see, and I think there's a few below us, so it takes a little longer, and not in a bad way. They've got to go get classified by NJSA to make sure they have all the breed characteristics, double check the registration papers, it matches the animal, and then they weigh. And for those of you tuning in, you have a 15-pound weigh back on the top side, so if you weigh 350 pounds, you can weigh up to 365 once you go across the scale. It doesn't matter if you're lighter than the weight you turned in on your weight card, but it does matter, you can't be above 15 pounds of what the weight card was turned in at. They just have 2 in the big arena right now. I'm not sure how many they have below us here. I do know I do see 7 in the holding pens for a chance at a top 10 placing ribbon. And we may have enough to make 10 total placings here. They're going to go and excuse these individuals out of the ring. We wish them the best of luck and a wonderful job showing here today. I do believe we do have enough to make a class of 10 here. I see 8 in the holding pens right now, and I believe there are still 2 to 3 left. Getting weighed. And now we're going to pull them out one at a time and evaluate each individual's hog. And we'll go from there.
If you've just now joined us, we're on class 36, which is rounding out the last class of our Chester White breed show. We had a total of 114 that showed up here at San Antonio. Looks like we have 5 that we have penned back to go through our third sort. Looks like the judges have gotten the buttons and they'll place from the bottom up. As they're conferring and talking about how they're going to kind of line up this lower end, just want to remind our listeners that at 1 o'clock we will have our crossbred sale. Yesterday we had the crossbred show. There was approximately 540 that showed up for the crossbred show here at San Antonio. And they're going to have a sale at 1 o'clock. And anyway, that sale there'll be 36 head that actually are sold through this sale. So top 36 that the judge came up with. And if you'd like to see the sale or even bid at the sale, you can go to saleringlive.com and be able to view that. Giving you the results of the Grand and Reserve Grand Champion Crossbred Gilt. The Grand Champion, which also received a $10,000 scholarship, was Brayley Kirkpatrick of Toller FFA. The sire of that gilt was In the Woods, and the mother of that gilt was Faith Alone's littermate. So congratulations to the breeder of this. Brockman Farms, Josh and Carrie do an outstanding job, and I heard this gilt looked really, really good. I wish I could have gotten to see her, but we were working the Purebred show here, but I heard she was really nice, and congratulations to Brayley Kirkpatrick and the Brockman Farm. And then our reserve grand champion, which was also really good, was Kenley Scott out of Midland County 4-H. The sire of that gilt was Blowing Smoke, and the mother was an All Rise. And the breeder of this was Shrekky Genetics out of Minnesota. So congratulations to Shrekky Genetics and the Scott family for exhibiting a really nice crossbred gilt.
As we conclude our last class of Chesters here, it looks like they're on the top end of the class here. They've got 6 left to evaluate here. Very deep set of really good Chester Gilts here in this last class to finish off the breed of purebred Chester Gilts. The young lady in the black and white is 5th. The young man in the blue shirt is 4th here today. Down to our top 3 in our final class here. Both Mr. Olson and Mr. Connaught are evaluating these two together. Brother-in-law to brother-in-law. I don't know, they could be talking about fly fishing or crops back home while they're looking at the pigs, but I'm pretty sure the way they're evaluating and Mr. Connaught's hand gestures there, I'm pretty sure they're talking about pigs, not crops. Young man is going to be 3rd. Young lady in the purple is going to be 2nd, and the young lady in the black is going to be your class winner. Congratulations to these top 10 individuals in the final class of Chester Whites. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
So we got our Chesters out with the big stout ones. I think we find one to land on that sure makes a lot of sense as far as combining the stoutness and the boldness that we talk about, and yet she's handled herself so well. The young lady's done a tremendous job of driving her. She's always got her head right spot. She's collected. She handles it well. She's athletic when she goes. She's square when she comes and goes. Really a nice place to start. The discussion kind of here is maybe in 2 and 3 and even on down to 4. The gilt that we land on in 2 too, is one that is incredibly impressive when you get in here and you get right on top of her. She's just massive in every angle, really. You read her out of the back of her shoulder. She's big-ended. She's wide as she goes away. Just, big and powerful when we take her to the ground. The drive wore on her just a bit. She didn't handle it just quite as well. One that just tightened and just didn't hinge quite as comfortable as our class winner. But, man, she's big, she's bold, and she's stout. That's one that young lady ought to be awful proud of. The young man that comes next to us brings us to Gilts that at first maybe we didn't get quite as good a look at, but then as the drive wore on and he got her going and they kind of got in tune, she's one you sure have to appreciate for just the basics. She's functional and she's flexible in the way she's put together. She's one that is opened up when she comes and goes. I don't know if she's maybe just quite the neatest one. I don't know if she's just the showiest Gilts that we've seen today, but man, the basics are awful good. It all fits together. The parts and pieces of that one are awfully good. Young man did a very nice job with his project. The young man in the blue shirt and fourth that comes next is, this Gilt, when she hits the ring, you have to appreciate the presentation. You have to appreciate the look that she gives us. She's comfortable and she's flexible. I think when you just dig in and just kind of peel them back, this one doesn't have just quite as much. Not quite as much muscle, not quite as much power, not quite as much authority when we take her to the ground. Once again, young man did a tremendous job getting her here, getting her prepared. He did a nice job of getting her shown. The Gilt that comes next is one that you do appreciate in the top 5 of this class just for her muscularity. Again, her hind leg size and flex. I don't know that she's just quite as neat when we start her up front. I don't know that she's just quite as big and as open in the center part of her body, but one that's still good in her own right. The Gilt that comes next has shape to her blade. She has shape up high. She gets too dry and too hard in her rib. She's not quite as attractive when we started her up front. Real good class. Kids did a good job. Let's put our hands together as they head back.
That concludes our last and final class of the Chester White breed. Now we're going to bring all the first places from those four classes back out here to judge for the overall selection of the Supreme Champion and Reserve Supreme Champion, Chester White Purebred Gilt. This will be fun. All 4 classes were very deep, and the top end of those classes were even more so. I'm going to go and read the top 10 individuals from this last class. 10th place went to Ruby Jackson. 9th place was awarded to Jesse Threet. 8th place was shown by Kinsler Gingo. 7th place went to Fallon McAllen. Phelan McAnally. I apologize, Phelan. 6th place went to Shiner Westmoreland. 5th place went to Athena Paz. 4th place was shown by James Woodall. 3rd place was exhibited by Hayes Harkins. 2nd place went to Alexandra Montez. And our class winner in our final class of the day at Chester Whites was exhibited by Avery Mabry of Brock FFA. Congratulations to all those exhibitors today. This is going to be fun. And while you're tuned in, let's throw another dad joke in there. Getting y'all ready. Here's the corny part of the day. I only get sick on weekends. I must have a weekend immune system. A weekend immune system. Let's get started with our Chester White Supreme Drive here today. Lightweight class is coming out right now. Or the lightest weight class is coming out right now. Young man's doing a good job setting up that Gilt. The lady in the pink was in our second class. Also doing another phenomenal job showing this Gilt. She did really good in class as well with her showing skills. Both these two individuals do a great job of presenting their animals and keeping them moving and keeping them fresh and head up. And I can't say enough about them. Young man in the green coming out. He's in our third class of Chesters. Once again, another showman who is no slouch. What a job! What focus all three of these individuals are doing. And I've watched the next young lady show in her class, and she does an outstanding job as well. Mr. Olson and Mr. Connaught are talking, but I think they made a decision. Here we go.
We get our 4 Chester Gilts back out here, 4 good representatives of each class, and I think 4 Gilts that represent just quality. They're a little different in the way they're put together, but I think they're high-quality females, and we get them back out, and we just kind of talking about them and checking boxes. There's one out here that handles herself also awful well, and yet she stays collected, and she still has some of the extras, or all the extras, I guess we talk about. Look and extension's good. She's very good as far as her hind leg size and the function to it. Young man out of the 3rd class is going to be your champion.
Your champion purebred Gilt in the Chester breed went to Cash McCaney. Congratulations.
We dropped that young man second in, and we talked about her in class and just all the neat things that she brings to the table. I think she's definitely a contender to be in the top 5, and we drop her back out here. I guess, though, when Kyle and I talked, there were a couple of them that we thought were pretty close, and there's one that pushes our champion awful hard. She's pretty immature yet, and maybe just not quite, maybe just big enough and stout enough to get her turn, but I think her quality is very, very good. I think she's really a nice skill. Young man's youngest one's going to be your reserve.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Well, that concludes our Chester breed. What a breed it was. Moving on now to our 2 classes of Poland Chinas. Should go fairly quickly. 71 total head in this class, or in this breed. Showed up for the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. Class number 37 is the first class of Poland Chinas we're going to be exhibiting today. Total of 35 head in this class, and weight ranges go from 200 to 254, so there's going to be a 54-pound difference between the lightest pig and the heaviest gilt in this class. Tell you a little bit about the Poland China breed. In the early 1800s, Poland China hogs originated in Ohio. Today, Poland China hogs are known for their large frame, length of body, leanness, and muscle. They also are excellent feeders. gaining well under good care and management. They also are quiet in their docility. So we want to welcome the Poland China breed here. And what a great breed it is. While we're evaluating this breed, for those of you Poland China breeders out here, we're going to go name talk about both of our judges here today. Our lead judge is Mr. Blaine Olson from Elkhart, Illinois. He's a Duroc breeder, and he was the one who raised, for you Duroc breeders out there, a boar by the name of Buck Cherry, and what a great boar and foundation sire he was for a lot of future generations of Gilts, Barras, and boars for many, many years. He's also a corn and soybean farmer and commercial hog producer. His wife, Christy, and him have 5 children: Braden, Kelton, Luke, Coley, and Rice. Graduating and judging from Lakeland College and Western Illinois University. Their hobbies include their kids' sports and livestock events, watching Illinois basketball and Cubs baseball. His favorite thing about livestock shows and or agriculture is that they get to do it every day. Their operation is diversified, and most days that means there is a lot going on, but they wouldn't have it any other way. They get to raise pigs, crops, and kids alongside of his wife and their kids, parents, and cousin Alex and his family. They're blessed beyond belief to get to do it together as a family. So we want to welcome our lead judge, Mr. Blaine Olson. Our secondary judge today and yesterday is Mr. Kyle Knaut from Milford, Illinois. He's a show pig producer and boar stud owner. Him and his wife Ellen have 2 kids, Colton, who is 8, and Knox, who is 5. He got his associates in science from Lakeland College and his bachelor's and master's in animal science from the University of Illinois. His hobbies include showing livestock with his family and watching Fight in Illinois athletics. His accomplishments are running a successful business and getting to raise show pigs every day with his wife and their boys by his side. His favorite thing about livestock shows and or agriculture is the relationships that we can build through a common passion and similar goals with peers that become friends. Well said by both these 2 guys on what they love about this industry. And you get to meet a lot of people over the years doing this, and from different walks of life and different places around the United States and the world for that matter. And you talk about the memories you make with these people and the bonds you build, and that one day could help lead you to being successful in your own lives. And it comes from the people around you. And you may have your own drive and force that drive you, but to have those extra hands around that are there to support you, man, you can't ask for a better group and a better organization to have that in than this industry. Our first class of Poland Chinas, it looks like we have 1 pulled back that I can see, and there are 2 out in the big arena right now. I'm not sure if they're going to get a full 10 pulled back. It'll be interesting to see here, but stay tuned and we'll keep you posted. Thanks for tuning in to Taylor Fort Webcasting, and welcome to the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show.
While we're starting the Poland class, I just want to give credit to these last Chester breeders that we had not had the information on. The ones that we have not given you the updates on was on the bloodline, and the breeders was class 35 and class 36. Class 36, the class winner and the champion of our Chester show, Cash McCamey out of Hawkins FFA, the sire of that gilt was Go Time, and it was bred by the Lacey family here in Texas. Congratulations to both Cash and the Lacey family. And then the second place, which ended up being the 5th overall, Wallace Vasquez from Fort Stockton FFA, the sire of that gilt was Check the Box. And it was the breeder of it was Molly Aaron family out of Wisconsin. Congratulations to Wallace and the Aaron family for breeding a nice Chester. Then Class 36, the first place, Avery Mabry out of Brock FFA, the sire, and also the 3rd overall Chester. The sire of her gilt was Fresh Prince, and the breeder was Team Sloan Livestock out of Missouri. And then in 4th overall, which was the second place out of Class 36, and the 4th overall, Alexander Montez out of Texline FFA. The sire of that gilt was Working Clothes, and Briley Byers out of Texas bred that Chester there. Briley also was the recipient of the Supreme Grand Duroc gilt several years ago. So congratulations for being a breeder here of this 4th overall Chester gilt. And just also giving recognition to our reserve champion. Chester came out of the first class of Chesters, Class 33, Briar Parsons. And he also was part of the breeding project of this gilt. It was Parson and Harper, and they're out of Texas. So great job on breeding that one. They also bred the second place in that class. If you weren't up to speed when we were given some of this, but fine job to them as well. So that's kind of gives you the rundown of our Chesters. If you've just now joined us, we are in our Poland class currently, the start of our Poland Chinas. There are only 2 classes here in San Antonio representing 71 total head. We're on class 37. We've got about, we had today, the judges will have gone through 549 total head when we round out the show today. Yesterday they did 770. I might have told you the 349 earlier, but that did not count the 200 spots that we had already started on. So anyway, a total of 549 to be exact numbers on that, and 770 yesterday. So we're moving right along. Like I said, we probably got about 235 left that they have to go through, and so this will go fairly quickly. We will let you know if we're going to be breaking for lunch and what time we'll be breaking for lunch, because if we'll definitely get through all of the Poland Chinas for sure. Looks like the judge did the initial first sort of the first 35 out of class 37, and it looks like we've got about 9 of them pinned, maybe 10, I can't tell in the back behind us, but looks like 9 for sure I can attest to. Looks like we got 6 out in the big ring. They're discussing the ones out here in the big ring, seeing if there's something in there. Looks like they picked another one, the young lady in the long sleeve blue shirt. So upon completion of our junior purebred breeding gilt show, we had a total, what these judges have gone through, in excess of over 1,300 head in the purebred show. And then, of course, the crossbred show, we had over 500 head in there. And so it was in excess of almost nearly 2,000 total breeding gilts here in San Antonio.
All right, getting back to this class here, Wayne, we're excusing these exhibitors right now that were in the big arena. Looks like we have enough. We have 10 of them to make a full, complete class on this first of 2 classes of the Poland China breed. This should go pretty quickly, I feel like, in the Poland Chinas, and then we're going to move on to the Yorks, which there were 4 classes of Yorks, and then 2 classes of Herefords. And then I'm pretty sure, Wayne, they might take a lunch break. I mean, I'm not sure.
I think there's discussion of it, but we'll let our listeners know here as soon as we can. I'm keeping kind of in touch with some of the people that make those decisions, so hopefully I can get that to our listeners here shortly. Kevin.
We just got word after we finish the Poland breed, we're going to take a lunch break. So after lunch, we will conclude with the Yorkshires and the Hereford breed, followed by the presentation of the scholarship winners and the overall supreme drive of the purebred Gilts. So we have this class, another class, overall selection of your Poland Chinas, and then we're going to take a lunch break. And we'll let y'all know kind of about how long that lunch break is going to be so you can tune back in. Pulling each one of these individuals out one at a time. And if they like you, they're going to pin you back for a chance at the top placings in class. Once again, we want to welcome you guys to the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. This is the Purebred Gilt Show.
And we're on the downhill stretch. We only have the judges only have to evaluate roughly around a 200 head range left.
If we're going to get technical 218, so you're pretty close. Actually, my math was wrong, 208.
That's why I wanted to tell them about 200.
Yeah, give or take a few. Looks like we have 4 pinned back, actually 5 pinned back for a chance at the top placings here. So actually they had 11 they pulled back for this class, not 10. So I think here shortly, I don't see them having the buttons yet, so they're kind of evaluating them right now. And they may keep one more back, but judging by their body language and conversation, I think they're going to start placing from the bottom up here, so 11th down to 6th. They're reaching for the buttons. Or I guess they're waiting on the buttons. Here we go. Young man in the blue is going to be, a light blue is going to be 11th place. One of these gilts is kind of taking off. Easy, buddy. Hey,
Spunky.
Just what you doing there? You don't want to lose your composure here. You want to kind of keep it together. I know it's not easy. It's easier said than done when you have a crowd watching you, but just try to calm her down. Sometimes just petting on them a little bit and saying, "Hey, we're good." Young lady in the green is going to be 10th place. Young man in the blue is going to be 8th place. Young man in the Paisley is going to be 8th place. Sorry, the other man was 9th place. Young lady in the gray is going to be 7th, and young lady in the kind of maroonish is going to be 6th. Now we're going to pull the 5 individuals back that they pinned for a chance at the top 5 in the first class of Poland Chinas. Once again, I'm going to make an announcement that we are going to take a lunch break at the conclusion of the Poland China breed, and we'll let y'all know about how long the lunch break is going to last. Have 4 of our top 5 out here right now, fixing to pull the last one out. This is where, like we talked about earlier, as a showman, first impressions mean everything. When you come out of that pen, their eyes are just on you at that point. So that gives you a chance to evaluate, for them to evaluate you before they go back to looking at other hogs. Key is to stand out and be in front of the judge, but try to keep your distance from other hogs so you can keep your flow going. Young man in the red is going to be 5th place. Young lady in the green, 4th. Down to our top 3 in this first class of Poland Chinas. Young lady in the orange will be 3rd place, and now we're down to our final 2 here. Second's going to go to the young man, and the young lady in the purple will be your class winner in the first class of Poland Chinas. Let's hear from Mr. Olson, and congratulations to all these kiddos.
Kind of interesting the way this one falls together. Just some differences in the way they're put together, but ultimately I think of our top trio, we land on the young lady in the purple's gilt to be the one that just kind of brings a lot of the good things to the table and really doesn't give us a whole lot of trouble. The neat thing about her is she is one of the 2 really dense, stout, bold featured ones that's got a stout head about her. She's got a big hind leg that works awfully well in her, and yet, in my opinion, she still tastes more than appropriate enough as far as her look up front. She's still got an extension from her blade forward to her jaw. That one's ultra heavy duty, and yet she can still get out and motor. She hasn't missed a step since she hit the ring, and she's packing as much punch as any that we're going to talk about in this particular drive. The young man's gilt follows suit as far as just her stoutness and her boldness in her feature. I don't know that her front end's built just quite as good. She doesn't come out as quite as good as the way her front foot wants to hit the surface. That one does get just a bit shorter face, isn't quite as extended from her blade to her jaw, but that's getting pretty hard on one that when you get on top of her, she's opened up, she's got spread, she's got feature, and one that still can get out and go, maybe just doesn't blend, doesn't balance quite as good as our class winner. The young lady's gilt that comes in 3rd is the one that's maybe kind of the outlier, the different one of the initial 3, and I think the conversation is where this one just kind of ends up among them. Ultimately, the longer the drive wears on, we find her to be the one that just gives up too much to run her any higher. There's no doubt that she's more extended in the gilt and and second. There's no doubt that she's comfortable and she's correct on her feet and legs. I think it comes at just a bit of a premium, though. She gets a little narrower to eyes when she comes at it. She gives up some as far as her bone size, as far as her foot size and her feature. Where she is good, she's awfully good. Young lady's gilt's comfortable. Young lady's gilt's correct. She does a very nice job of getting her driven. The gilt that comes next is one that just kind of falls to fourth for us, I guess, just from a lack of stoutness and a lack of power standpoint. She's another one that you really have to appreciate when you study her from the side. She's ultra comfortable. She's as elevated, she's as neat, and she's as appropriate when we study her up front as any in this particular drive. Unfortunately, like I said, she just gives up too much. That one doesn't have as much coming or going. She's just not as stout when we take her to the ground. Young lady did an awesome job of getting her shown. Young man that comes next has one again. You have to like just when you get on top of her. She's got muscle. She's got shape out of the backside of her shoulder. I thought the longer the drive wore on, though, that one just tended to labor just a little more on the way she wanted to use her hind leg. She wasn't quite as correct, wasn't quite as comfortable, wasn't just as authoritative in the way she wanted to go. The kids do a great job. This is a good class of Polands. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them as they head back.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
That concludes our first class of Poland Chinas. Moving on to our last class of Poland Chinas. I've got the results for class number 37, which is our first class. In 10th place, we had Braley Kirkpatrick. 9th place went to Cress Vargas. 8th place was exhibited by Stockton Matthews. 7th place was shown by Landry McQueen. 6th place was awarded to Sawyer Omby. 5th place went to Carson Dillard. 4th place was exhibited by Kenlia Scott. 3rd place went to Colby Florence. 2nd place was awarded and shown by Kelton Bailing. And our class winner in our first of 2 classes of Poland China Gilts went to Lily Wilkins from Royce City FFA. Congratulations to those top 10 individuals. Moving on to our final class of Poland Chinas, class number 38. Consists of 36 heads, so this is a pretty good sized class. And the weight ranges are from 255 to 350, meaning there's a 95-pound difference between the lightest and the heaviest in this class, and that's just how it all falls. At the conclusion of this class, we will show for the overall selection of our Poland China breed, followed by a lunch break. I would anticipate it would be about a 20 or 30-minute lunch break. And we will keep y'all informed as we get closer to that time. Once again, thank you for tuning in to Taylor Fort's podcast, webcast. We appreciate you guys joining wherever you're at, whether you be at home, in the car, at work, on your lunch break. Thank you for supporting these kids and being a part of this show, wherever you're at, and we appreciate them giving us all a front row seat to the show itself. All the sponsors that make this possible, and the 7,000 volunteers that make up the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. We couldn't do it without them, and all the employees that work here full-time, that their vision is to make it better each and every day for these kids, because that's what it's about. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Landon Rohde, and my father, Wayne, is joining me here, and he's working on getting you the breeding sires for the and pedigrees for the classes for the first and second places. Stay tuned. Looks like we have 1 or 2 pinned back so far for a chance at a top 10 placing. For those of you tuning in and just tuning in, our judges today are Mr. Blaine Olson and Mr. Kyle Knaut. Mr. Olson is our lead judge here at the Purebred Gilt Show. Kiddos in the back are shown to him first in the initial sort. If he points straight ahead, you go get classified and weighed. You have to be within 50 pounds on the upper end of the weight card you turned in. So if you weigh 250, you can weigh up to 265 across the scale. If Mr. Olson points to the left, you will then go to see Mr. Knaut, and he will do an evaluation on your animal. If he points straight ahead, that means you go to the big arena for an opportunity to show for a chance to get pulled. If he points to the left, you go back to your pen, and we wish you nothing but the best of luck at future shows down the road. Pardon me. Once again, there are 36 head in this class. One of the larger classes of the day, if not the largest so far. I believe we have 3 pulled back so far in this last and final class. Giving you guys a quick update, we have a total of 11, possibly 12. They're checking an ear tag on one, and so this is a really, really deep class up until this point. I know 11 for sure, so very, very deep. Last and final class of Poland China's here. Like I said, this is the biggest class of the day, and it might have been the biggest class of the show. And what a deep class it is. 11 for sure. So I went down there and checked just to make sure, but we have 13 that were pulled. Quite a class there. Looks like we have 3 pinned back thus far for a chance at the top placings in this class. Young lady in the yellow coming out and doing a phenomenal job getting her pig set up. Have 3 more to pull here. A lot of hogs out here, Wayne. Looks like they pinned another one back. That makes it 5. But with this arena being so much larger, it really allows these pigs to kind of separate themselves out.
Oh, yeah. So doubling this size of this ring has really allowed even more fairness to these young people to get their hogs set up and presented, but also gives the judge some good distance to get a good visual, because up on top is great if you need to look at, top shape and correctness of hip and that. But as far as looking at the profile, it's better to be a little more at a distance because you just get a better view of it as a judge.
Absolutely. Looks like we're starting to place here from the bottom up. Since there was 13 in this class, they're going to go 13 down. Only 10 get a really nice ribbon, but what a deep class this is. Young man in the blue was 13th. Young lady in the red that was already pinned was 12th. Young man in the paisley is 11th. Now we're down to our top 10. Young lady in the red was just placed 10th. Evaluating their 9th, 8th, and 7th placings here. Young lady in the pink was placed 9th here. Kudos to her and her good job showing out here in a very deep class. Young lady in the yellow is going to be 8th. And the young man in the green is going to be 7th. Now we're going to bring the 6 that were pinned back for a chance at the top 10 placing or top 6 placings in this final class of Poland Chinas, followed by the overall selection of our Poland China breed. And then we will follow that up with a lunch break. I would assume about 20 to 30 minutes, like we did yesterday.
That's what I would think also. And then we'll start up with the Yorkshires.
Mm-hmm. Five of our 6 are pulled out. Now we're pulling the last one out, and then the judges are going to evaluate them all together and start placing from 6th up to 1st place. What a high-quality set of Poland Chinas we have in this class, Wayne. The other one was pretty deep, but this one, no slouch class at all.
No, it reminds me of the spot class.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, our Poland show, to be precise here, our Poland show had the 2 biggest classes of our entire junior breeding gilt show.
Yeah, it did, and I mentioned that earlier that 36 was the most head in the class.
Yes, sir. Both classes actually exceeded it.
Really? That's crazy.
Oh. I missed one. Sorry, guys.
It tied the last Duroc class. Yeah. Young man in the green was 7th. Young man in the plaid was 6th. Young man in the light blue was 5th. Now we're down to our top 4 out here. Have 3 young men in blue. One of them was taken out for 5th. Young lady in the black is going to be 4th. Young man in the striped blue is going to be 3rd, and now we're down to our top 2 here, young lady and a young man. I think they're getting together and kind of talking about them, like, which one do you like better? Which one do you like better? I like them both. Kyle says, whatever you think, dude. Let's go. Rocking and rolling. They're having fun. Both splitting hairs here. Young man in the blue is going to be second, and young lady in the colorful shirt will be your class winner in your second and final class of Poland China Gilts. Let's hear from Mr. Olson.
Well, good way to end our polling classes, a good way to end our morning. I think a good pair of the pair of hogs that give us look, give us comfort. I think that the young lady's Gilt just withstood the drive longer. She stands on more bone as well. She's more comfortable when we take her to the ground. You step in behind her, I'd read her to have just a shot more shape, a shot more width. I thought her hind leg handled just with a shot more integrity the longer the drive went. I really like this one's look. I like her presence. I like what she gives us as she comes through the pin. She kind of grabs your attention. One that gives you, when she first hit the ring, was getting out and going. I think the longer the drive wore, she started to maybe come apart just a bit. You take her to the ground, though. She's not as big. She's not as bold. Young man does an awesome job. That's a nice-looking one up front. Really good here in our particular pulling drive. The hog that comes out in third is one that you have to appreciate for just her stoutness, her boldness, the shape, and just size to her forearm. She's working on a big, stout, square hind leg as well. I think you bring that one back and you compare it to the top two. We just need to redesign the way she goes off her rear too. She comes apart in her ham loin. That transitions the way she wants to use her hind leg. There is no doubt. She's big, she's stout, she's bold. We just need to redesign her a bit if we're going to move her up any higher. Young lady's Gilt that comes next when she first hits, and she did an awesome job of showing her this is the view we saw the most of, and that's her best view. That's the shot that she wants us to see as far as she's tall, she's good looking, she's extended, and she's got bone, and she can handle it. Unfortunately, when she comes and goes, she's not wide enough, she's not opened up enough. We just got to bust that one open if we're going to run her any higher. Young man's Gilt that comes next is one that you sure appreciate when you view her from the side. Again, she's elevated, she's neat looking. I thought she got just a little short step, and particularly off her hind end as she went. Ultimately, though, we just got to stouten that one up in her feature if we're going to move her up any higher. He does an awful nice job, though, getting that one driven. And as we work our way down the line, we kept a bunch of them. I thought they were quality, and I thought it would be best to kind of sort them over here on the big ring side. Kids do a good job. Let's congratulate them as we work our way into our champion polling. We get this pair of class winners out, and they're both high-quality Gilts. So the young ladies do a very, very good job of getting them driven. Maybe some small differences between them, but again, in general, their presence is good. Their comfort level is good. I think we've got one that reaches to the extremes and goes kind of down the road of really stout, really bold, and really powerful in the way we got she's put together. And then we've got one that's just built like a show Gilt from the side. She's elevated. She's neat in her look. She's sure got more than enough. She stays comfortable, and she handles it awfully well. Young lady right here to my right is going to have your champion. We dropped that second in, and we just talked to her in class, and just the good things she brings to the table. The quality's still really high, and I think there's a pair of them, and they're both in contention, and they're both gilts that are very, very good in their own right. We talked that one in class, and just how she reaches and puts so many extremes together, and yet she can still handle it. She can still go. Young lady with your light gilt's going to be reserved.
Welcome back, everybody. We are full and happy. And back on to the pig show. Starting with our first class of Yorks here today. We have the Yorkshire breed, followed by the Hereford breed, and then we're going to get ready for the presentation of the scholarships and Supreme Overall Drive. We are on the home stretch, and we're rocking and rolling, y'all. Looks like in our first class number 39 of the Yorkshire Gilts, we have 27 total head in this class. Weight ranges go from 200 to 238. And we already have 5 pinned back and 1 in the big arena. So I know if you've tuned in the past 2 days, you've heard me say this a bunch. But for those of you who are just now joining us for the first time, as you can see on your screen, the kids will show to the first initial judge, who is our lead judge, Mr. Blaine Olson. If he points straight ahead for you, that means you go get classified. They check your registration papers, and you do a weigh back. You have to weigh within 15 pounds on the upper end of what your rate card was when you turned it in. Say you turned your weight card in at 250, you can weigh up to 265 across the scale. You make it through that, you go into holding pen and wait your turn to show for a chance at the top 10 placings. If the judge points to the left, they go to the secondary judge, Mr. Kyle Cannot, and Kyle will evaluate that animal. If he points straight ahead, you will go into a big arena where you wait your turn. Once they finish sorting the class from the initial sort, you have another opportunity to show to the judges and have a chance to get pinned back for a chance at a top 10 placing. If Mr. Cannot points to the left, you will go back to your pin with your animal, and we wish you the best of luck. At future shows you may take your gilt to, or back into the breeding stock. This is not a terminal show. You get to take your animal back home with you. And it's just a great thing because it's a full circle. You start off with a pig, you show it, it goes back into the breeding herd. They have the opportunity to become mothers and create the next generation of show animals and sires for future generations to come. They've got 6 pinned back so far, it looks like, and there's 3 in the big arena. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my father, Wayne. I'll pass it over to you.
Yes, yes, it's a pleasure to be on this home stretch in our junior breeding gilt show. Just before we kind of get into the Yorks, I just want a reminder not to get you away from the show, but if you guys are interested in some crossbred gilts, that sale started about 17, 18 minutes ago at 1 o'clock. They're going to be selling 36 head over in the sale barn. And if you're interested in looking at that or wanting to bid on one, you just go to saleringlive.com. Again, that's saleringlive.com. So anyway, if not, then please keep up on our show, and we'll continue to take you through our Yorkshire show today. We have, as Landon said, we're in class 39, 200 to 238 is the weight, 27 head. And there's 4 classes, totaling 110 for this breed.
For those of you tuned in now, the judges have done their first initial sort on this class, and now they're in the big arena, and it looks like they're going to pin all these animals here. So we had 6 that were pinned, and that's all they had to make up this class to this point. So they just said, okay, we need 10. There's 5 in here. Let's just go ahead and run all these animals back here to get weighed and classified, and we're going to start sorting the class. First young lady's coming out, and first impressions are so big, y'all, coming out of the arena, because this is your opportunity to have what I call one-on-one time with the judge here in the big arena before they move on to the next animal. So just like this young lady in the purples or maroons coming out right now, they're giving her a shot to look at her animal. Young lady in the green is doing a great job kind of keeping away, giving that young lady an opportunity, but also stay close enough to, like we just saw right there, the judges have an opportunity to come back to that hog. And just like that, the young lady in the green is getting pinned back for a chance at a high placing in this class. when I say high placing, they usually will sometimes, depending on the depth of the class, will pin back between 4 and 6 hogs and then sort from 10th down from there with whatever is left out there in the class. Going to go ahead and pin that young lady back. So now we have 3 pulled back already. Young man's gilt in the purple has a lot of good flex to its back. I'm not going to say soft back is the right word there. But very, very smooth walking. And they like it a lot too. That'll be the 4th one pinned back. Letting you guys know about the weather. It's been really nice all day. The sun's starting to come out now, but it's starting to get a little hot. Those of you up north watching, it's going to get up to 88 today in San Antonio, Texas. You northern states, I don't think y'all will hit above 50. Maybe y'all are in the 20s right now. I'm not for sure. But for goodness sake, keep that negative degree weather out of Texas, please. And thank you. Our pipes aren't buried deep enough to where they'll be okay. They will bust very quickly. And I will tell you, there's nothing worse than having to hand water or fix busted pipelines in cold weather, as y'all are very well aware of. We've got 5 pinned back now for a chance at the top spot placings in this first class of Yorkshires. Once again, we started with 27 in class number 39, and we're narrowing it down here. They pulled back a total of 6 originally, and then there was 4 in the big arena, I believe, 4 or 5 in the big arena. And they said, let's go ahead and bring them back and get weighed, and we'll sort them out as well and see what we get out of here. So the young man in the green and white is going to be 11th place. Hold on. Yep, I was correct, 11th place. Now they're going to sort it down, and I believe they're going to place all of these individuals here before they bring those 5 that they pinned back out. And we're placing from the bottom up here from now on in this class. Here we go. The young man in the checkered shirt is going to be 10th. The young lady in the red will be 9th. The young lady in the burgundy will be 8th. The young lady in the black will be 7th, and the young lady in the white will be 6th. And that's exactly what they did. They went ahead and placed those 6. Now they're pulling their top 5 out to judge that from 5th down to 1st. Once we get all 5 of them out there, the 2 judges, Mr. Olson and Mr. Connaught, will confer with each other and start placing them down till we get a class winner here today. Really good Yorkshire gilt right there. Dad, I was talking about, such good gilts out here. The kid in the purple, look how much flex that pig has in its back there.
Yeah, it's very loose made in
So
that spine.
is there such thing as being too loose made in the spine, or is
Well,
that like, ooh, that's really, they're very flexible? Is that okay as long as they're mobile? I mean, where do you?
Well, you don't want it to sway by no means.
Yeah.
And a lot of times it'll cause them to break right at that ham-loin junction, and she doesn't break there. But she is pretty loose behind the blade area
Yeah,
when
she
you compare her to the other ones out there.
And she's not broke behind the
No,
shoulder kind of deal.
no,
It's
she
just,
is not broke
I've just
at
never
all.
seen that much bend, but yet that level of a hip.
You know, he would do better not having that head quite so high. That would
Yeah.
sure help the appearance of her some more.
Yeah,
Just-
but it's just crazy to me how much bend there is in that pig, but yet
Oh,
the
yeah.
tail set is so good in that hog,
really
and it's
is
level
wide
with
base
its shoulder.
when
Yeah.
you're walking away from.
Absolutely.
It's really wide base to the ground from the rear.
They're all very good gilts, though. I mean, there's one out there, like the young lady in the blue and white. She doesn't have quite the width and quite the muscle that some of the other ones have in class, but very good side profile on that hog, but just not as much rear end. And for those of you who don't know how to judge a hog, neither does any of us, including the judges. None of us know how to really judge, but what we look for, it's like drawing a rectangle. You want to create a box here.
You know, that hog we
I
talked
don't-
about is very powerful coming at you in his chest width as well.
I
so
think
he's
did the
definitely
young, did the
in
young
top
lady
end.
did the young lady in the yellow already get placed? Or did I miss something?
Yeah, she got placed.
Okay, so the young lady in the yellow was 5th. Young lady in the green was 4th, and now we're down to our top 3 in class. Young lady in the pink was 3rd, and now we're down to our top 2 here.
Good way to get back after lunch. Good way to start our Yorkshire breed. A pair of gilts that are quality and I think just bring differences to the table. We chose to go with the power gilt. The young man drives to go ahead and win this class. The hog's coming and going. She's just quite a bit more impressive. When you study her there at her base and you continue there back, watch her go away. She keeps it in check and she handles it fine. Her hind and legs her feet and legs work good. She's still attractive up front. I think if we're going to get hard on her, it's where we compliment the gilt in second. She is taller and more elevated. She does hold her top line better. She is laid in just a bit better in the way her spine wants to be, and she just has more integrity to the lines and the shape to her back. One that's very, very good as far as her feet and legs. Not only is that she's good as she turns and she goes away, I think that one still stays big and bold and square. I didn't find as much hog when she comes and drives right at me. Her chest isn't as big. Her front foot and knee isn't as big. She's just not as stout overall. Man, she paints a good picture from the side. She's very good in her build. She's very comfortable, very correct. Young lady does a nice job of getting that one driven. The gilt that comes next, for Kyle, when I was talking to him, I thought maybe this one just came in another piece or two as we had our conversations. I think she does resemble the extra soundness, the extra shape to her blade. Travels on a bigger hind leg. I think, though, when you dig in and you just study this one from her blade forward, she's not as attractive. She's not quite as appropriate. I guess for me, I'd like to shave her down just at her crest a bit. Man, that one is stout. That one is bold. She's big when she goes away. This gilt that comes next is one when she first hits the sift pin, you like her presence, you like her look, you like her build from the side. I think the longer we go, though, she gets a little shorter in her step off of either end of her skeleton. Couple that with the fact that she's just a notch softer there. When we take her to the ground up front, we run her just a little bit further down, but elevated, neat in her look from the side. The young lady in the yellow comes next. One, again, that you have to like her presence, you have to like her look, you have to like the silhouette she gives us. We just need to make her travel better on that hind leg. Good class of Yorkshires. Kids do a good job. Let's put our hands together and congratulate them.
For over over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
That concludes class number 39. Moving on to class number 40, the second of 4 classes of Yorkshires. Class 40 consists of 27 head of Gilts, and the weight ranges on these females is from 239 to 266. I've got the placings from the last class of Yorkshire Gilts. In 10th place, we had Cooper Compton. 9th place was awarded to Jewel Rodriguez. 8th place went to Katie Oatkin. I apologize, Katie. Katie Oatkin. 7th place was awarded to Kelsey Scott. 6th place went to Landry Hunter. 5th place was awarded to Harley Henderson. 4th place to Melina Baker. 3rd place went to Paisley Oglesby. 2nd place was awarded to Erica Mizanin. And our class winner in our first class of York Gilts was awarded to Justin Hammy from Williamson County 4-H. Congratulations to all those exhibitors. Moving on now to class number 40. We have this breed and one more. For those of you tuned in, it'll be fun to watch the Hereford breed. Last year it was crazy cool to watch that breed, something totally different that I have not seen in a long time, where the stands were full during a breed, during each class, and everybody was cheering for everybody, and you don't see that near enough anymore like you used to. They were happy for everybody out there. Nobody had any skin in the game. It was just, let's just cheer for these people, and it was fun to watch. I'm hoping to have the same kind of effect this year. Last year was the first year they actually had the Hereford breed implemented at San Antonio, and to my knowledge, it is the first major that has implemented the Hereford breed in the Purebred Gilt show in Texas. I don't know if any of the other shows have that or not, but San Antonio wanted to try it, give it a shot, and see how many showed up, and we have 2 classes of it to conclude the day. Once again, we're on class number 40 of the Yorkshire Gilts. Have 2, possibly 3 pinned up right now, and 2 that are in the big arena. Giving everybody a little update on the second class of York Gilts. I can see 6 young individuals pinned in the arena, or in the holding pins next to the arena. 2 out in the arena for a secondary sort thus far. There might be a couple below me getting classified and weighed. Somebody just hooped and hollered, so I'm assuming they kept another one back, so they might have enough to make a full class. The last class, they didn't quite have enough. They had 6 pulled back and 5 out in the big arena and said, hey, all 5 of y'all come back and get weighed and get sorted and placed. But as of right now, I think we're going to be close to having a complete set here. And I know Dad's been working hard to get the pedigrees on these gilts. And Wayne, do you have the pedigrees on that first class of Yorkshires yet?
Yes, I just got them.
Awesome.
So for Class 39, it being our first class of Yorkshires, our first place that went to Justin Hamby at Williamson County 4-H. The sire of his gilt was Think Twice 12-11, and the breeder is Lance Ryan and family out of Illinois. Congratulations to Justin and his breeder, Lance Ryan and family out of Illinois. Good, reputable Yorkshire breeder up in Illinois. Does a really good job. In second place in that class is Erica Mazanin, Kenya, New Braunfels FFA. The sire is the Warden 6-2. And the breeder of her gilt was Sanders Show Pigs out of Illinois as well. So both Yorkshires in this first class comes from some good Illinois breeders there. Congratulations to both the exhibitors and the breeders of our first class of Yorkshires.
Looks like I can see 8 pinned back so far, Wayne, and I don't know if they're quite done back there yet or not. But we're going to be real close to having a full complete class here without having to pull anything, unless there's something in the big arena and they were like, oh, we missed that hog. And we've seen that happen before over the years, where there was a hog in the big arena and they pulled it back. And I've also seen it. I've been witness to it. I was in the big arena. I maybe didn't get a good enough setup. Went to the big arena and ended up walking away with first place. So it's a matter of how hard you want to show, and if you know you have a good hog, and get out there and be seen. So now the guys are in the big arena now, looking through these hogs here, might pull 1 or 2 back. And just like that, young lady in the red is going to get weighed and classified for a chance at a top 10 placing here. I think we might only have 8, so she would be the 9th. Unless there's one down there we can't see. Which I jokingly mentioned about the warm weather here. It's really starting to warm up now that the sun is out and it's in the afternoon, and it's really still outside right now, so it's real hot. Young lady in the yellow just got pulled back as well, and that should complete our class of 10, and 2 judges are going over to the other 2 individuals and telling them what they liked, what they didn't like, and what they can improve on with their animal. Kudos and respect to both those guys for doing that. And they've done it all day, both today and yesterday. But going back to the heat thing, if it starts getting hot, just know pigs really can't sweat unless it's through their nose or their feet. So when you're driving them out here, you want to make sure you have them good and watered down, give them plenty of fluids, because they get hot. And the more you drive them, especially in a bigger ring, the more they're going to start tightening up and panting and not wanting to do what they're told to do or what they're supposed to do.
Well, it's also good too if you're in hotter weather where you run these show pigs. Make sure and take them to the wash rack, or really water them down with some cold water or very, very cool water to bring that body temperature down before you take them out into the ring, because like Landon said, they'll heat up in a hurry if you don't have that body temperature reduced before you get out there.
Absolutely. Yeah, it looks like we have 10 pigs and 10 placings. So They've already pinned one of the York Gilts back, and this top end, Wayne, and that first class was very good. And what I've seen so far out of this class, this is going to be a fun one to watch the guys judge as well. Already pulled one back for one of the top placings here. This will be the fourth one they pulled out so far. They're going to go and pin that young lady back as well. Young lady in the pink. Young man in the red's getting pinned back now. That's awesome. While we're waiting, we're having a good time, and everybody who actually has their volume on, go back to another dad joke here. What do you call a Frenchman wearing sandals? What do you call a Frenchman who wears sandals? Philippe Flop. Philippe Flop. That was a bad one. I'm going to trash that one. Hope you all can all agree or got a laugh out of that. That's what it's all about. We've got 4 pinned packs so far. Have 2 more to bring out of the holding pen. And these 2 individuals here actually came out of the big arena and had the opportunity to show for a placing ribbon. Went ahead and pinned the young man back in the white and blue spotted shirt. That's 5 pinned back now and 5 more out here, and they're discussing right now if there's anything else they want to keep out of here or if they want to go ahead and start placing from the bottom up, which would be 10th place down to 6th place. So we'll see what they come up with here, Wayne. Young lady in the bluish shirt will be 10th. I'll tell you, Wayne, it's really starting to warm up now.
Oh, it's really getting hot. They got these fans going. But
I don't know if it's doing
any good. They need to turn it
on.
on a little hotter. Just a little higher, that is. Not hotter, higher.
Young lady in the yellow was 9th place, by the way. Good sportsmanship going and shaking the judges' hands.
I might have to go in the wash rack and cool myself down here
Yeah,
shortly.
there you go. You can go get you one of those spray bottles out of the holding pen. And
yeah, one of those spray bottles that has a little
fan on it. Yeah, old school. That goes back to your bag phone days, not showing your age.
They sell them as a promotional item still.
Bag phones?
No, the
I thought you were talking about bag phones.
The fan sprayers.
The young lady in the green was 8th. Young lady in the red, 8th. Yeah, 8th. Young lady in the red was 7th, and the young lady in the red blazer was 6th. Now they're going to bring these other 5 individuals back out again. Once they have all 5 out of here, then they will start placing from 5th on up to 1st in this second class of York Gilts. Started with 27 head in this class, and now we are down to 5. I want to go and give another shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing this webcast to all of us at home, at work, in the car, on the John, whatever you may be doing. We appreciate you guys tuning in and supporting these kiddos. These girls are working very hard out there trying to get you good videos, and I wish y'all could see what they're doing out here. They are literally walking around just like the pigs and the kids are who are showing them. Right next to them, walking backwards, walking sideways, crossing over. I would have tripped and fallen trying to do what they're doing right now, and they make it look so easy and do it so effortlessly So kudos to everybody who's helping Taylor and his crew out. They're doing a phenomenal job, and they do every single year.
Yeah, that's one thing that COVID, a good thing that came out of the COVID era is bringing this webcasting and bringing stuff to people's houses where they couldn't get out.
One of the young ladies in pinks was 5th. Young man in the red was 4th. And now we're down to our top 3 in the second class of York Gilts. Really taking their time here trying to figure it out. They're very similar in kind. There's little nicks that are different that's, I think, separate these 3 out, Wayne, but young lady in the pink's going to be 3rd. Young man's going to be 2nd, and the other young lady in the pink will be your class winner. Congratulations to these individuals.
Interesting top trio here, and I think you can find some similarities, you can find some differences, and we talked them, just the good and the bad in several different ways. The more we come back to the Gilt that we started with, I think when you got a class where maybe it all just doesn't just line up perfectly down the line, we continue to come back to the basics and the fundamentals that this one brings to the table. And when we've been talking about it for 2 days, and she just covers those and checks those boxes. She's square, she's sound, she's comfortable, she's incredibly heavy bone. Sure, we'd like to make her just a notch better from her blade forward, but when you move on from that, she has more shape to her body. She just has more bulk and more punch when she goes away than the Gilt in 3rd, and then also she's more comfortable, she's more correct, she's more right in the way she uses her hind leg when we compare her to Gilt in 2nd. I just think that's a nice place to start. The young man's Gilt in 2nd, the front 2/3 I think is awfully good. She's tall shouldered, she's elevated, she's neat looking up front. Again, we get in behind her, she's wide, she's powerful, and she's got muscle. We just need to fix the way she goes off her rear too. She doesn't blend just quite right there in her ham loin. It continues to work its way back. She gets a little shorter hipped, and she just doesn't want to use her hind leg quite as athletically as our class winner. There's no doubt that she's neat looking. There's no doubt that she's got presence. We just need to fix the way that one wants to go behind if we're going to roll her any higher. The one that comes in 3 is the one that really comes in and just grabs your attention, and probably the one we discuss the most just as far as where the good and the bad lie with this one. And I think like where she's good, she's really unique. You can't tie one any higher on the top side of her shoulder to come out as far as the way her neck's laid on her elevation, her look is really neat. She's good as far as the way her top lane's laid in her. You get on top of her, she's got a tremendous amount of shape. She's bowled out of the back of her shoulder. Unfortunately, that comes at a bit of a premium. The longer the drive wore on, that one got just a bit tighter, just a bit more off in the way she wanted to go. The big problem with her, she's not as big when she comes at us, and she doesn't have as much shape there to the center part of her body. The young man's gilt that comes next is one from a flesh standpoint you sure have to like. She's appropriate there. She's got bulk. She's got mass when we get on top of her, and actually reads with very good shape and freshness up high. I didn't think this one blended just quite as good. She wasn't as neat when we watched her go up front. I thought it took her more effort to get each end to go. She was just a little more upright, just a little more restricted in the way she wanted to go. The one that comes next, very practical in the way she's put together, comfortable, flexible, really a good one just from a basic standpoint. She's not as neat when we study her up front. She pushes just a little more as far as flesh and condition, but I think that one's still square built. She's still sound, and she's still one that's good on the travel. The gilt that comes next is sharper in her lines. I thought when we got into this one, though, she just didn't come and go just quite as wide and quite as powerful as we took her to the ground. As we work through our Yorkshires, the kids are still working hard. They've been here a long time. Let's put our hands together and let's congratulate them on a good class.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
That concludes our second class of Yorkshire Gilts. Moving on to the third class of Yorkshire Gilts. There are 4 total York classes today, but the third class is what we're on now, which is class number 41. 28 total head in this class, and weight ranges are from 267 to 294. I've got the top 10 results from the previous class, class number 40. In 10th place, we had Lindley West. 9th place went to Aaron Rabble. 8th place went to Josie Blevins. 7th place went to Taylor Horn. 6th place was awarded to Kellen Merkel. 5th place was shown by Lila Strickland. 4th place was exhibited by Reed Powell. 3rd place was shown by Jalen Alanis. 2nd place was exhibited by Tucker Smith. And our Class 40 winner went to Taylor Budge from Boyd FFA. Congratulations to all 10 of those top 10 exhibitors in a very, very tough class. Moving on to class number 41. One more class of Yorks. And I'll tell you, now that we're getting into the Yorks, man, this day is really starting to move now. It's 2 o'clock. There's a chance we could start the Supreme Drive by 3:30. If not, maybe sooner, maybe 3 o'clock, Wayne. It'll just kind of all depend. I know Wayne is working diligently to get you all the pedigrees and of the sires on these top 2 gilts of each class. We'll be back momentarily with all those results. Thanks for tuning in. My name is Landon Rohde. I'm joined by my co-host Wayne Rohde, and we will be back momentarily.
Good place to start here. The young lady at the far side in a dark-colored shirt, the one that really brings a lot to the table without anything really to get too hard on her for. She checks all the boxes that we've talked about. I think that one's going to be competitive as we kind of go through the day in this particular breed. The young lady's Gilt that comes next follows her closely as far as just her kind. You know, she's square when she comes, she's square when she goes. One that's just comfortable. I told Kyle she's one that just never really gives you a bad look. I know she's maybe not quite as neat when we start here up front, maybe just not quite as attractive as some of the others, particularly our class winner that we'll find in this class, but she's opened up in the center part of her body. She's bold when we get on top of her, and she's comfortable. That's one that we like quite a bit. The young lady's Gilt that comes next is one that is maybe just a shot more elevated when we get on top of her, and she's really good as far as her shape and just being big and bold and dense everywhere. I thought maybe when we got into her, though, she got maybe just a little lazy in her top line. She didn't blend. She didn't go quite as good just in her stride. She didn't collect herself maybe quite as good. Wanted to throw her hind leg here and there just a little bit. But, man, that one's heavy bone. That one's big-centered. Really a productive, just a productive kind of Gilt in this drive. Young man's Gilt that comes next does have more shape. She is a little more elevated when we study her up front. She's another one that I don't think balances, doesn't blend just quite as good. We'd fix her in her handling just a bit, and I think that would allow her to use her hip a little more effectively and just stride with more comfort and more presence on her hind leg. But I think that's one that's awfully good in this drive. The young lady's Gilt that comes next is a big, open, robust one. She's good-chested when she comes at us. She's big, she's stout, she's bold when she goes away. I got a little hard on her just the way her front foot wants to hit the surface of our initial fuse. She comes in, she just gets a little softer in her foot. She's just not quite as appropriate, not quite as comfortable in the placement there when we take her to the ground. A good class here, a bunch of them that are awful high in their quality. Let's put our hands together. Let's congratulate these Yorkshire exhibitors. They head back in the barn.
Every detail matters when preparing your livestock for the show ring. At Producers Co-op, we offer high-quality show feed, supplements, and supplies designed for your animal's best performance. Our specialized feeds promote optimal growth, conditioning, and muscle development for cattle, sheep, goats, pigs, and more. With expert advice and reliable products, we're dedicated to your success. Trust us to help you reach your goals with the feed that works as hard as you do. Come see why at Producers Co-op, it's better here.
That concludes the third class, and I've got the placings for the top 10 in class number 41. We're moving on to the last and final class of Yorkshire Gilts. There are 28 head in this class, and the weight ranges are from 295 to 350. It started with 110 total Yorks that showed up here at San Antonio, down to 28 total head. Placings from the previous class, class number 41. In 10th place, we had Kel Henry. 9th place, Whitley Hitzfelder. 8th place was awarded to Ruby Jackson. 7th place went to Colin Harris. 6th place went to Kylie Brown. 5th place was awarded to Addison Granberry. 4th place was exhibited by Easton Bierman. 3rd place went to Shaylee Valesky. 2nd place went to Jenna Locke. And our class winner in class 41 of the York Gilts went to Inslee Land of Comal County 4-H. Congratulations to all top 10 exhibitors in that class. Moving on to our final class of Yorks. At the conclusion of this class, we will bring all the first places out And we will judge for our champion and reserve champion overall, Yorkshire Gilt, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall, Yorkshire Gilt. At the conclusion of the Yorkshire breed, we move on to our 2 classes of the Hereford Gilts. And then we get ready to do the scholarship presentation and the grand drive, overall grand drive, that is. And once we get deeper into the Herefords, we'll kind of know more of what time the grand drive will start, because they've got to set up tables, put the awards on the tables, bring committee members out here. It's a really special and cool deal that they do for the grand drive. So it could take a little while. It could be a 20 or 30-minute break between the Herefords and the overall drive. We will keep you posted as we go on. I've got Wayne here with the I guess the pedigrees for the last 2 classes or the last 3?
No, I gave 39.
Okay,
I haven't got
perfect.
41 in yet that we just completed, but I do have the 40. Just got that in. Our first place exhibited by Taylor Budge from Boyd FFA. It was sired by Revive 2-3, and the breeder is Sanders Show Pigs out of Illinois. They also bred the second place in Class 39 that I had mentioned earlier, so congratulations to them. They're having a good day in the Yorkshire Drive. And our second place in that same class of Class 40 went to Tucker Smith at Rouse FFA. The sire was Instant Power 22-5. And the breeder is Lorenzen Farms out of Illinois. I know him very well. It's been a long time since I've seen him, though. But Wayne Rohde tells you hello, so good job and congratulations.
Looks like they have 4 or 5 pinned back so far for a chance at the top 10 placings in this last and final class of Yorkshire Gilts. 2 hogs in the big arena right now for a chance at a secondary evaluation. Three in the big arena now, and it looks like 6 or 7 that are pinned back. They need 10 to make a complete class here. And like I just mentioned, at the conclusion of this class, we'll bring all the first and seconds back from each of the 4 York classes and judge for our Supreme and Reserve Supreme overall Yorkshire Gilts. And I believe they're also giving the 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall a nod as well. Stay tuned. Looks like we have 8 pulled back so far, and they're in the big arena right now, and just pulled the young man back to get weighed and classified. And he has an opportunity at a top 10 placing ribbon here. I believe we have 10. And these 2 individuals in the ring right now, they will be excused back to their pins, and we wish them nothing but the best in their show careers and down the road in their lives. I believe we have at least 10, possibly 11. 10 of those placings will get ribbons. I will keep you all posted. Now we're going to pull them out one at a time. First young lady's pulled out, doing a good job showing her gilt. Like I mentioned earlier, it's starting to get hot. Now it is hot. Pretty sure it's close to 88 degrees here. I can tell y'all momentarily, the weatherman is never right. But at the off chance he is, I would be one to think he would say it's hot. It says it's 80 right now, but it feels like 84. I beg to differ. Feels like 90. But luckily they have the fans going to keep the dust down and keep the animals pretty cool, and the barn relatively cool here at San Antonio. Thank goodness for these ginormous fans. They're called Big Something fans, for those of you who know what I'm talking about. And we're thankful for those things. Judges have pinned 2 pigs back for a chance at the top placings thus far. And they pulled a total of 10 to round out this last class of gilts in the Yorkshire breed. We have one more breed yet to go, and that's the Hereford breed. Jason Corray's. Sorry, Jason. Favorite breed. Stay tuned.
As we're judging Class 42, our final class of our Yorkshire Drive, there was 110 of those. I do have the breeding, the sire information and the breeders on Class 41, the class before the one that's currently out there. Our class winner, which was owned by Hensley Land of Comell County 4-H, the sire of that one was Think Twice 12-11. The breeder is the Frank Koviak Show Pigs. They're in St. Hedwig, Texas. Congratulations. Great family. They've had a great success here during the Gilt show here at San Antonio, also in the red ones. So they had the reserve champion red one. So congratulations to that family. And then in second place, Jenna Locke. She's from Santa Fe, FFA. Her sire of her gilt was No Hesitation 27-2, and the breeder is Kellner Brothers in Oklahoma. Congratulations to Kellner Brothers and Jenna.
Sorry, I stepped away, Wayne. What did I miss? Did I miss anything?
Yeah, we were down to the final four. Now we're down to the final three in this class here. Here's the big girls here. The three are the 295 to 350 or up to 365.
The Yorkshires. Yes.
They're big mamas, all right. Look at them.
They're not mamas, Wayne. Let's get this right.
Mamas to be, sorry.
Potentially,
mamas
yes.
to be. And they're not far off of getting to that point.
That one gilt is huge. That boy driving that gilt.
In the blue.
Yes, that's a good hog, but so is that girl in the pink. But
absolutely. Both of them are good.
Very good. And I don't know what's going to happen, but whatever he does, he's good. He kept those together. Young man's going to be second, and the young lady in the pink will be your class winner. Congratulations.
Yeah.
Well, good way to cap off our classes here in our Yorkshire Drive. We got a pair of them that have taken it big and stout to heavier weights, and yet they're still good in their quality and good in their kind. As we talk through them, the young lady in the pink's going to win. This one's just stayed more comfortable the whole time. She hit the ring comfortable. She stayed comfortable. You step off and you study them. She's good. When she comes at us at the ground, she excels the gilt in second. You study her from the side in a three-quarter. She's just stronger and has more integrity to her top line. Very good in the way she wants to use her hind leg. Very big and square in her hind leg in the way she goes away. Nice place to start in the young lady's gilt. Young man's gilt at the far side is another one that it's built similar to her, and she's got some neat pieces. When she comes to the ring and she hits, she's, again, a big style one. She's got a big blade working in her. You get on top of this one, she reads with more shape than our class winner. She's bigger, she's stouter, she's bolder going away than the gilt that's going to be in third. And you got to appreciate it again for just everything that's going on there. She stayed collected. She stayed good on her hind leg. Sure, she started to break down just a bit on him here at the end, but when she hit and she was fresh, she was ready to go. That one's good. That one's functional. And again, she's carrying a lot of power there. The one that comes in three is one that I really enjoy watching from the side, and we talked about when we came down to the top three, there just simply isn't enough of her to run her any higher than where we've got her here. And I know that in this heavy class, she does give up some on either side of third place. I'm okay with that. I think her kind, I think her build, I think her look is awfully awfully good. She's comfortable in her travel. If we're going to run her any higher, we got to give her a shot more bone. We just got to give her a shot more power throughout. Young man's going to come next, and that one's high-headed, and she's neat looking up front. One that does have good shape when we get on top of her, and she's bigger when she goes away than the gilt ahead of her in class. I just need to fix this one in a couple places if we're going to move her up. She wants to get a little more upright. She wants to come in just a shot when she comes at us. My big thing for her is we need to redesign the way she works behind. She doesn't blend. She doesn't go as good there in her handling. Doesn't allow her to reach and go just as good right there off her rear too. Great big hind leg, big-ended, big stout one going away. Just need to redesign her a bit. I like this one up high. I like her shape. I like her boldness. As we take her to the ground, she gives up some as far as heaviness to skeleton. Gets a little softer when we study her there on her front feet. Young man still does a nice job. Really good job, good presenting this Yorkshire gilt. Really a high-quality kind of class here. The kids do great. Awesome depth, awesome quality. Let's congratulate them. Let's tell them all they did a nice job as we head back, and we'll pick us the champion Yorkshire.
And that concludes our last and final York class. Now we're going to move on to the selection of our champion and reserve champion overall Yorkshire Gilts, followed by 3rd, 4th, and 5th overall. In that final class of Yorkshire Gilts, I've got the top 10 placings here. I'm going to go ahead and read off to y'all. In 10th place, we had Emma Johnston. 9th place went to Jagger Monroe. 8th place was shown by Trayson Harrison. 7th place was awarded to Kylie Kraft. 6th place was shown by Austin Christensen. 5th place was awarded to Jacob Houston. 4th place was shown by Heath McLean. Let's see, where's 3rd? Okay, 3rd place is Kaya Williams. 2nd place was awarded to Walker Cozart. And our class winner was shown by Landry Cozart of Klondike FFA. Congratulations to all those exhibitors in the last and final class of Yorkshires. We're going to do our overall Yorkshire drive here, followed by our final breed of the day, the Hereford Gilts. Please stay tuned. Pulling out all our first places from each class, each of the 4 classes, and the second places as well from each respected class. Once we pull all the 4 first places out, we will then begin our champion drive of our Yorkshire breed at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo Purebred Gilt Show. Thanks for tuning in to Taylor Fort Webcasting, and we welcome you to the final stretch.
As we work into our Champion Yorkshire drive here, I think 4 good class representatives. And Kyle and I were chatting before the Gilts came out. The Yorkshire breed was good. We maybe not just as large in numbers as some we've seen, but I thought the depth of quality was awful good. I thought the top end was neat. When we get these 4 back out here and the seconds to tie our top 5 in, very, very pleased with what we see. I think, as we talk about them and we talk through the day, we kept the principles of just, building them right and then stoutening them up and then, keeping them comfortable, keeping them appropriate in the way they're put together. I think there is one out here that does all that and pushes it to the extreme and continues to just be really, really good. And the way she's put together, she handles it awfully, awfully well. She stayed fresh. She stayed appropriate to a heavyweight. She's still my favorite in this breed. Young lady here in the pink's going to be your champion.
Congratulations to Landry Cozart, who has our champion Yorkshire breeding gilt.
We get back in here for reserve and we talk about them, and there's 2 or 3 of them out here that are in contention. I think there's a pair of gilts, though, that when we get to it, who's going to be reserved. There's one that's big and stout and ready, followed our class winner well, and there's another one that it's way more immature in the way she's put together. It's just, you have to appreciate that one in her lines. You have to appreciate her look. You have to appreciate the squareness she brings. I guess for us, there's just one that logically follows the one that won. We'd fix her in a spot or 2, definitely. But she's done a lot of the things that we talked about. The other big stout one is the one we like second best. She's going to be reserved.
Want to congratulate Walker Cozart with our reserve champion Yorkshire gilt. 3rd overall went to Inslee Land. Fourth overall went to Justin Hamby. And Taylor Budge was our 5th overall Yorkshire breeding gilt. Moving on to our final breed of the day. Jason Correa, this is your breed, buddy. He got to judge this last year and had a good time doing it. We are moving on to our 2nd annual edition of the Hereford Purebred breeding gilts. Have 2 classes here of that. And that will conclude our breeds for the show. Then we will follow that with our Supreme overall drive and our scholarship presentation. We will keep you posted on when and what time that's all going to happen. But as of for right now, we're starting off with the first Hereford Purebred Gilt class number 43. 28 total head in this class, and the weight ranges are from 200 to 264. 54 total Herefords have shown up to the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show. Stay tuned.
At Primo Feeds, we're dedicated to delivering excellence and continuously improving our products and services. Our commitment to freshness means your feed is made to order, ensuring it hasn't been sitting on a shelf for weeks. With our easy-to-use Primo Feeds app, you can conveniently order premium feed and have it delivered right to your doorstep. Every formula is science-driven, crafted to optimize nutrition and help your show pigs excel in the ring. We are always striving to enhance the performance of our products through continuous innovation. Choose Primo Feeds for freshness, convenience, proven performance, and a commitment to ongoing improvement. Learn more at primofeeds.com.
Adams Fab. Established in 2007, they build custom livestock pinning and equipment to fit all your needs. Hanger feeder rods, adjustable slam gate latches, and skirted panels. It all comes standard. Custom pins made by hand and hot dipped galvanized so that you know that they're going to last. Adams Fab is a certified TIPS vendor and can design, fabricate, and install equipment to fit all your needs. Visit adamsfablivestock.com to get started today.
As a start on the Hereford show, I just want to give you the pedigree results of Class 42. And that was Landry Kozar from Klondike FFA. She was the class winner, her sire, and also the champion overall Yorkshire. And the sire was Revive 2-3, and the breeder was Sanders Show Pigs out of Illinois. They've had a great day in the Yorkshires, and in fact, the second place was to her brother, Walker Kozart from Klondike FFA. The sire was the Warden 6-2, which was not only the second place in class, but the reserve champion overall. And Sanders Show Pigs also bred that one from Illinois. So the Sanders Show Pigs, y'all had an awesome day in the Yorkshire Drive. Congratulations for a fine set of Yorkshires that you put together some fine genetics. If we have an audience here that's never seen Herefords, you get to see them again for the second year here at San Antonio. We're sure glad that they went out, and to my knowledge, they don't have a Hereford show at any of the other majors at the time, at this specific time. But it was really interesting to watch them last year, and it's going to be really interesting to see them again this year. But they're slowly growing this, and had a pretty good set last year, and it looks like we've got another good set as they continue to grow. Hopefully they'll have a case to be under consideration for possible scholarship. It's the only breed here at San Antonio that is not eligible for a $10,000 scholarship for the breed champion. But with people here in the state of Texas, they'll continue to bring them in and raise them. That breed could grow quite a bit and could possibly be someday under consideration by the San Antonio Stock Show. We have 28 in this first class, and it's class 43, and they range weight from 200 to 264.
Looks like we have 3 or 4 pulled so far. I've heard a lot of hooping and hollering over here. Not quite as many people watching the Hereford show this year like there was last year, but still fun to watch this.
Oh, absolutely.
There's a lot of people back over here, back behind where they're doing the sorting.
So the winners of this is we don't know the amount of premium, but they will receive some kind of premium here at San Antonio. And as they're judging this first class, just to come back to the other breeds where we do have the $10,000 scholarship, San Antonio has come a long ways into this. They've had $10,000 for quite a few years now, but it started out in 1996, 97, somewhere right in there, that it started at $6,000, and it later then moved, the breed champions moved to $10,000. And today we'll be giving this afternoon after the Hereford show a total of $85,000 total to the Junior Purebred Gilt show. And what some great efforts and hard work that San Antonio did to put all of this together, because you think back in 1984 they only gave 15 total scholarships. It came out to a total of 90,000. Now scholarships and all the premiums and all the auction monies and the junior auction and everything combined that they're awarding kids to further their education is now in the excess of $267 million, and that has grown from last year. Last year was $255 million. So what a great job of all the ones involved here in San Antonio to continue to grow that.
You know what I find really interesting here, Wayne, with these Herefords is that, we saw these guys in, I think, Escarpment too, didn't we? When there some Hereford?
Oh, yes. We saw them and the Tamworths.
And you look at the just structure, I always talked about they were a little more frail bone, but just in the past couple years, they've really started to get that bone work and structure into these hogs now. And the ones I've always seen had a lighter orange to them, but there's some that are almost like a chocolate-looking brown.
Yeah, the ones in the big ring, the one in the far corner,
and there's one right
really dark chocolate.
Ooh, they're hooping
here.
They're hooping and hollering back here. It's funny. I love it. I love it. I love this cheering. I mean, I will tell you, this show kind of brings life to a big show like this, and it's fun. Oh, we got an escaped crossbred over here in the show ring, or right along the show ring. I don't know if you can see that hamp. The hamp cross over here is looking like it's wondering what the heck's going on with all this hooping and hollering over here. We've got, I think, 6 total that have been pinned for a chance at the top 10 spots here.
Mine wasn't in, I just saw them. Honestly,
Looks like they've done their first sort and seen all 28 of these.
And they might have close to 10 here. Well, they might just have 6. So I think they just have 6 pinned back. So like Mr. Olson just said, he's like, might as well pull all these back and just sort them again, because you're going to spend too much time trying to find a few of them when you can just pin them all and then just sort them out from there. Went ahead and pinned one young man back here. Has 2 pinned back now. I believe they have 11 they kept back. They kept back 6 initially and then pulled the rest out of the big arena. And they're going to sort them as well. 10 will get a placing ribbon. You know, like you said, there's one that's just so much smaller out here, but you talk about just being a good gilt, just raw right now and just structurally correct and very, very good. I hear some more hooping and hollering going on. We have 4 of them pinned back now. Still have a few more that are back there getting classified. And also weighed. They have to weigh within 15 pounds of the respected weight. Another young man coming out here now. Judges had them kind of slow their roll here a little bit, let their pigs relax while they were waiting. Went ahead and pinned back another young lady. She's the 5th one pinned back. Like I said, I believe we have 11 total that they kept back in this first class of Herefords. This is the first of 2 classes. 28 head we started with in this class. Now we're down to about 11 or 12. And one more class to round out the show. And there will be 26 head in that class. We're going to go and pin this young man too with the black vest on here. It's a brisk 84 degrees right now. Now the guys are kind of evaluating these 5 that are still out here. And I believe they're going to go to placing now. They're going to start with the bottom and work their way up. They have 6 pinned back right now for their top end of the class. And it looks like they are going to start placing here. More than likely, they're going to place all 5 of these and then go back to the 6 they pulled and pinned back and place those at the top end of the class. Here we go, young man in the blue. Light blue is going to be 11th. No, excuse me, 10th. Young lady in the black and white was 11th. Young man in the dark blue is going to be 9th. Young lady is going to be 7th, or no, excuse me, 8th. Apologies. And this young man that's still out here is going to be 7th. Congratulations to those individuals. Now we're going to bring out the 6 that are still left in the holding pens and place from 6th until we have a class winner in this first class of Hampshire Purebred Gilts here at the San Antonio Purebred Gilt Show held at the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. Want to welcome... did I say Hampshires? I meant Herefords. Herefords. I apologize, y'all. They are definitely not Hampshire appearing. Thanks for the correction there, Wayne. Now that we have all 6 out here, we're going to start evaluating these gilts.
Well, we kind of step into Kyle's comfort zone here in the Hereford breed, and we keep a bunch of them. We kept 6 in the pen, and then we had 6, and we thought it made sense to just kind of keep the 12 and rework them. The kids are having fun, and I think they're doing a really good job, and lots of parts and pieces and just differences here to talk about. I think the young man's gilt starts off, and I'm pretty comfortable with that. She's a combination of a lot of the things we're going to talk about from here on out. What sets her apart, though, is just her added feature that still comes with flesh and still comes with body. She's still good as far as her top line, and she's comfort. I think she adds the extreme pieces or the extreme parts and yet still keeps it in check from a function and a flexibility standpoint. It's an awful nice place to start. When the young lady's gilt comes through the pin to me over on the other side, she's the one that kind of grabs your attention just for being the one that's way out there as far as her extreme heaviness of skeleton, stoutness of feature. She's big when she comes. She's big when she goes. She's elevated. She's neat in her neck. She's not perfect. We need to give her just a shot more flesh, just a shot more body, shot more fill there in the center part of her body. I don't know that she's maybe just as comfortable as some of the others we see in this particular drive, but she's the one that's neat. She's the one that grabs your attention. She's the one that kind of pushes the limit and yet still keeps it in check for the most part. This is one that we had down line and moved back up, and she's kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum. Not only is she just pounds light and more immature, but she's just not as stout in her feature. I don't think she probably ever will quite get quite as far as some of them do. I like her look. I like her build. I like her flexibility. Obviously, it comes at just a bit of a premium. She's not as big, not as bold, not as opened up. Still a nice kind of gilt that gives us an awful good look. She's awful elevated and neat up front. Young man that comes next is one that we moved up just a bit. While this one is good on her feet and legs and comfortable and big and bold in her center body, I would stouten her up in her feature just a bit. What makes her neat is when you get on top of her, that one is as impressive as any of them. When we talk about just the shape out of the backside of her shoulder and just the spread and just how neat and how fresh she is up there, that seems unique to me for this class. We couple that with her ability to go. That one's pretty neat. Young man does a nice job with her. The gilt that comes next is a big, productive looking one that maybe doesn't come with some of the extras that we found with the others in class. I thought this one stayed good on her feet and legs. I thought this one stayed square when she goes away. We need to stouten her in her feature and just make her a shot more bold if we're going to move her up any higher. Similar kind of story with the gilt that comes next. She's not as good when she comes right at us. She's not as good when she goes away. I thought she was flexible. I thought she was functional. I thought she was comfortable out here. The kids do a great job. An awesome set of Hereford gilts. They're having fun. Let's put our hands together and let's congratulate them for doing a good job.
For over 20 years, Winning Enterprises has been a trusted name in livestock nutrition, setting the gold standard with premium animal supplements. Now proudly part of the Primo Feeds family, we remain committed to the innovation and quality that have defined our legacy. Our products are crafted to enhance performance, boost health, and deliver winning results. Experience the brand that continues to lead the industry, now stronger than ever. Learn more today at www.winning-enterprises.com.
All right, for our listeners here, for our Hereford show, our first class, the start of the day of the Hereford show, class 43. Our first place on the pedigree side that Holt Sims had in our class winner from ERAF County 4-H. The sire was Tiger Tail. And it's Blakely and Brigham Bottleberg is the breeders of this gilt from Texas. Good job. And in fact, they also are the breeders of the second place in class that Brooklyn DeLeon had from Stephenville, but the sire is patent pending on her gilt for the second place. So congratulations to the Bottleberg family. I hope I've said that right. You know, when you have a name like Rode that's just R-O-D-E, these longer ones gets challenging, but I hope I got close. So congratulations to you, the breeders, of as making this happen in the first class. Looks like we've got 10 penned from the first sort, and now they're bringing them back as they're letting them out. This is the third one out, and they're bringing one back in. This second class and final class of the entire show, class 44, the weight ranged from 265 to 350, and there are 26 head in this class.
At the conclusion of this class, we're going to judge for the overall Supreme and Reserve Supreme Hereford Purebred Gilts. And I believe, Wayne, and we're going to find out, have you heard anything yet on if we're going to take a 20-minute break or because they have to set up the tables and all that stuff for the scholarship presentation and the overall Supreme Drive?
What I heard from Dr. Williams just a little while back was he made the announcement that on the conclusion of the Hereford show, allow about 15, no more than 20 minutes after the Hereford show to be ready to go.
Awesome.
Looks like in this heavyweight class of Herefords, it seems like this class is deeper in consistency of depth of body and base width and muscle development. Looks like a really nice set. So it'd be interesting to see how these judges line these up. But I just see some really depth in this class.
I agree with that, Wayne. There's just, they've had a little more time to grow into their bodies and really fill out and fill in places they needed to, and it really shows in this bigger class here. When I say bigger class, I mean by the weight.
Most definitely. No, it is really, it's got some depth.
And just like that last class, there was a few that were real small out there. I mean, we're talking like 200 to 215 tops.
Yeah, that third place there, really a pretty designed one in that first class there that was third. But that hog was fit just where it needed to be because it was so young and immature and more raw in its makeup, but pretty design, flexible, and really cool fronted. That gilt had it. She just didn't have the flesh yet and maturity to hang with the two placed above her.
Absolutely, and that'll be one that I'll be curious to see. Excuse me. What she looks like at about 280, 290.
Oh, sure. That depth of body will really drop, I think, as she gets bigger.
They pin 5 back here, and looks like they're finishing up their placings. But it looks like they're still going to leave one out here, Wayne. Young lady in the pink is still left standing, so she worked her way up in the top end of this class here. Which is good. If they think that this gilt is good enough to compete with the other ones, they want to compare this one out with the ones they've already pinned back here. Started with 26, now we're down to 6. And this is the top end of our final class of the purebred breeding gilts, followed by the Hereford champion and reserve selection. Down to our top 2 here. Both really, really good gilts here. Young man in the green was second, and the young lady in the scarf was first. Congratulations.
Neat class, neat pair, neat top handful to kind of end the day on as far as our placing classes, and definitely some things to discuss and some things to talk about. And Kyle and I talked them through in that top 4. We think there's definitely some quality in here. This class, I told him when we came across that I'd kept 10, and I thought that there were 10 of them that were awfully good and be fun to work through. Work through, and we get back over here, and it is that way. We're going to start with the young ladies guild here, and she's the one that I kind of, she hit me early. Every time she comes back, I like her. One that just continues to kind of just grab our attention and really command the ring, just from a totals package. She's one that blends so well together. She elevates. She's neat up front. She can go. She's square coming and going. She's comfortable. That one's got a good hind leg wicking in her. You get on top of that one, and she's massive. She's wide. She's got a bunch of spread. She's got shape. She's opened up. I think she's very comfortable. She's very natural in her appearance. I think that one fits the bill very well. The one in second pushes her awful hard. This is the one that definitely reaches. She's got, more of those ESTs you want to talk about in the class. There's no doubt that this one has shape when we get on top of her. She's another one that's good on her feet and legs, and I think she travels just fine as far as her heaviness of skeleton. I think in relation to her body, she wasn't quite as neat when we study her from her blade forward. You get real nitpick on this one. She doesn't blend just quite as good up high, doesn't use her hip and her hind leg just quite as good as that class winner, but I think that one's awfully good for the young man. He does an awesome job of getting that one driven. The gilt that comes next is one that I really like when we see her first and we see her throughout. I just thought as the drive wore on, she just gave us just a few more pieces, I guess, if you will. Really big in her forearm, very good in the way her front leg and arm want to work, and she's comfortable and she's correct. We get her out here longer. She doesn't stay quite as neat. I don't know that one's just quite as full, quite as wide open and robust when we get in there to her center part of her body, and when she turns and comes at us, she's not as good in her front foot. She doesn't hit the surface just quite as square. Young lady does a very, very nice job of showing her. She is still tall-shouldered. She's good in her top line. She's got a good hind leg working in her. Young man comes next with one that's very just comfortable and correct in her look. I like her elevation. I like her ability to extend up front. She stays good in her top line. I didn't think that one was just quite as heavy duty when we took her to the ground. She's not as big in her bone work. She's not as big in her feet. Young man's done a nice job with that one. This one that comes next is one that definitely has a lot of shape when we get on top of her. She's wide open and she's bold and she's powerful. One that came in a little later and we worked her up just the way the sift worked, or however you want to say. I love that one's shape when we get on top of her and the way her body's laid into her. We just got to get her to be not quite so rigid if we're going to move her up. We got to lay her spine in her just a shot better, just make her more comfortable, make her work just a shot better from end to end. That one's stout, that one's opened up, that one's powerful. Just need to make her a shot taller up front. Gilt that comes next is a good, productive looking gilt in her own right. She's sound, she's comfortable, she's flexible. She just didn't have the look, didn't have the shape as some of them above her. Awesome class. The kids did a great job. We'll tie you champion Hereford and get you guys out of here. Congratulations to all the kids. Let's put our hands together.
What a good pair of Hereford Gilts out here. Very, very good. These two could compete with some of the other major breeds out here in class. One's really cool and unique and fresh. The other one's real big backed, good hipped. I think he's made a decision here.
We got here, tire champion Hereford, and it's been a long day. We've got a lot of work yet to do this evening, but I think this has been fun. It's been neat. It's been cool for Kyle and I to talk to, and we've learned about Hereford breed character, and we've learned a lot of things this week. So it's been an educational experience for us as well. I want to commend the kids for doing a good job and working hard out here. These are neat. They're cool. It's something new, and I know there's a lot of passion in the room just as far as being behind your kids, and I think that's great. We cheer them on and we congratulate them, and hopefully when it's all said and done, we can all shake hands and tell each other that we did a good job, because that's what it's about. These kids working hard and these pigs being good and having a goal and just trying to accomplish that goal. Of course, we don't all, but it sure is fun when we do. So when we get back out here, we got a pair of them that we talked in their classes and we thought were good, and they beat good hogs in their own classes. I guess when Kyle and I talk about it, there's one that just grabs us a little harder, one that's got just a little extra everywhere, and she's big and she's styled and she can still go. She still looks like a show gilt. Young ladies gilt out of our heavy class is going to be your champion.
Congratulations to Gertie Dudley with your champion Hereford Purebred Gilt.
Kyle and I talk about them, and we dropped that second in class, and while we thought both classes were competitive, that heavy class was awful competitive. That was a tough decision to make. That's a pair that we think needs to stay together. Young man's heavy is going to be a reserve.
Congratulations to the second place in the last class. He was your reserve. Brigham Bottleberger. Congratulations. And Brigham, he bred a lot of these Herefords. The champion was raised by Correa family show pigs in Indiana. So we just heard an announcement at 3:45 is where we're going to get started. With the presentation of the scholarships and the Supreme and Reserve Supreme Overall Drive. It's been highly anticipated the past 2 days, and we're finally here. So at 3:45 is when we're going to start the presentation of the scholarships, and followed by the Supreme and Reserve Supreme Drive. Stay tuned, and we'll be right back.
of the San Antonio Livestock Show with us, and I'll let them just raise their hand, and then I'm going to introduce one to speak here momentarily. We have our president, Pat Frost, with us. Let's hear it for these guys. They put a lot of money into these kids, and a lot of time, and a great education. Also with us, we have David Guyan with the Scholarship Committee. We also have Tinker Lawson, the chair of the Junior Shootout Committee.
Do you have a song yet or not?
And next, to say a few words for us, we have Mr. Ryan Coble, the Livestock Committee Chair.
Hello, everybody. Welcome out to the 76th Annual San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo. As he said, my name is Ryan Coble, Chairman of Livestock. I want to thank all of y'all for coming out here and supporting these kids. We want to congratulate all of our exhibitors for all their achievements that they won this far. All the exhibitors, let's take a time to thank all of your parents, ag teachers, 4-H advisors, everybody that helped you get here. As y'all know, we are a volunteer organization that emphasizes agriculture and education to develop the youth of Texas. To date, the San Antonio Stock Show and Rodeo has an educational commitment of over $267,000. Without further ado, we're going to get this champion Purebred Gilt Drive on the way, where we're going to give the potential to give another $85,000 in scholarships. So let's get this thing going.
Next up, with our reserve champion Hampshire, will be Kylie Sparks of East Central FFA. Parents include Jessica and Anthony Badillo and Kevin Sparks. Kylie loves showing pigs, surfing, golf, spending time with family. Someday she wants to go to Texas A&M University and become a veterinarian and also become a successful pig breeder. Congratulations, Kylie. Next out, our reserve champion Berkshire showman, Miss Maddie Pedroza from Rio Medina 4-H. Parents are Matt and Aaron Pedroza. She loves stock showing with pigs. She loves basketball, running, and just the outdoors. Someday she wants to go to Texas A&M to study medicine. Congratulations, Maddie. Next up will be Lindsay Lowry from the Troop FFA. Parents are Chad and Amber Lowry, and she loves showing pigs, twirling, and all FFA activities. Someday she hopes to attend UT Tyler and become a labor and delivery nurse. Congratulations, Lindsay. Next out, with our reserve champion Chester exhibitor, will be Briar Parson from Medina County 4-H. Parents are Chad and Carly Parson. His hobbies include breeding his own pigs along with time for hunting and fishing. And someday he wants to go to West Texas A&M and earn an animal science degree. Congratulations, Briar. Next up, Lily Wilkins, your reserve champion Poland exhibitor. Lily is from the Roy City FFA, and parents include Michelle Wilkins. She loves pigs along with dairy judging, and her future plans are to major in agribusiness at a college of her choice. Congratulations, Lily. Next up, our reserve champion Yorkshire showman Walker Cozart of the Klondike FFA. Parents are Will and Shayla Cozart, and Walker loves showing pigs, claybird shooting, basketball, football, and hanging out with friends. And someday he wants to go to college to become a SWAT officer. Congratulations, Walker, your reserve champion York showman. And next out, our reserve champion Hereford showman, Brigham Bottleberg, a member of the Morgan Hill 4-H. Parents are Josh and Jamie Bottleberg. He loves fishing, hunting, roping, and sports, and plans to become a pro roper someday. Congratulations to our reserve champions at this time. Let's put our hands together for all of these outstanding kiddos as they make their way around. All right, next up we will do our breed champion drive again in show order. First out, and these kids, of course, will be receiving a $10,000 scholarship, each and every one, but we have Case and Card. Ellis County 4-H. Parents are Ryan and Jessica, and she loves helping with G2 genetics and show pig production. Someday she wants to attend Texas A&M University. Your champion deer dog showman, Miss Kaysen Card. All right, next out, our champion landrace showman, Miss London Bowman from the Davenport FFA. Parents are Jennifer and Chad, and London loves showing pigs and steers and hanging out with friends. One day she wants to attend Blinn College and become an ultrasound technician. Congratulations to London Bowman, your champion landrace showman. All right, next up, the exhibitor of our champion Hampshire female, Miss Hadley Cole Reeves from Hamilton County 4-H. Parents are Cole and Melissa, and Hadley loves basketball, soccer, and showing cattle and pigs. Someday she wants to go to Tarleton State like her granddad, mom, dad, and cousin. She doesn't know what she wants to do for sure, but when she grows up, she wants to maybe be a vet or a doctor. Congratulations to Hadley Cole Reeves, your champion Hampshire exhibitor. All right, next out, our champion Berkshire showman, Mr. Zane Byers from Hale County 4-H. Parents are Todd and Mariah. Zane loves riding his bike, playing baseball, and also breeding Michon pigs. Some days he wants to go to college to study animal science and maybe travel around the world. Congratulations to Zane Byers, your champion Berkshire Showman. All right, next up, our champion spot showman is Grady Lowry of Troop FFA. Parents are Amber and Chad, and he loves baseball, hunting, fishing, spending time with his friends, as well as raising spotted swine. Some days he wants to go to Texas A&M, hopefully for a baseball scholarship, and maybe become a lineman. So congratulations to Grady Lowry of the Troop FFA, your champion spot exhibitor. Next up, we have Mr. Cash McCamey from Hawkins FFA. Parents are Scott and Katie. Cash loves showing pigs, fishing, and someday wants to attend Texas A&M University. Congratulations to Cash McCamey, your champion Chester Showman. All right, next up, the exhibitor of our champion Poland China, Miss Addison Porter of Rains FFA. Parents are Tara Chapman and Aaron Porter, and Addison loves softball, volleyball, and just showing in general. Someday she wants to attend Oklahoma University. But congratulations to Addison Porter, your champion Poland exhibitor. All right, next up, the exhibitor of our champion Yorkshire, Miss Landry Cozart from Klondike FFA. Parents are Will and Shayla Cozart. And Landry loves cheerleading, basketball, volleyball, FFA, and hanging out with friends. Someday she plans to go to Angelo State to study physical therapy. Congratulations to Landry Cozart, your champion Yorkshire Showman. All right, and our final contestant to introduce, our champion Hereford Showman, Miss Gertie Dudley from New Braunfels FFA. Parents are Jay and Karen, and Gertie loves dancing along with showing pigs, and some days she wants to become either a doctor or a chef. Congratulations to Gertie Dudley, our champion Hereford Showman. Let's give all these great kids another fine round of applause. Thank you again to our executives from the San Antonio Livestock Show. We would not be here without them. At this time, we're going to clear out our arena, and we're going to start staging our reserve champion pigs. And we will bring them out for our judges to evaluate once again. And then after we've paraded those reserve breeds, we'll bring our breed champions in and select that supreme overall.
picked it up.
While we're staging our reserve breed champions,
Anything else? No, you're good.
we would like to give some thank yous at this time to many people who make this show happen. And just as you know, this show included 1,319 entries amongst our 9 breeds. We've already given out $80,000 in scholarships this evening and have the opportunity to give out a total of $85,000 potentially. We've given away 18 buckles, many banners, and a ton of great ribbons. With that, again, we thank all of our executive committee members, our vice presidents and presidents of the San Antonio Livestock Show. We'd like to recognize Dr. Brian Ferris and all of his staff members who work tirelessly throughout the year to make this show a reality. We'd like to give a special thanks to our San Antonio Livestock Show Swine Committee volunteers. This Swine Committee is chaired by Ms. Pat Cantu. This is a group that works throughout the year to not only organize and plan and make things happen, but they set up pens, they unload, they reload, and then they work the shows in between. One of the hardest working committees you'll find at any show in America. If you would, put your hands together for our Swine Committee volunteers who come each and every year and make this show happen. A few other folks we'd like to recognize is our interns that work this year's show. This included students from Blinn Community College as well as Palo Alto College here in San Antonio. Another great group. Let's put our hands together for them. We've also got representatives this year from the National Swine Registry, Mr. Jeff Nemechek, Director of Field Representatives and Events. And from the CPS group, we have Mr. Roy Flock, CEO of that organization. So thank you to those gentlemen for coming in and helping us with our registration. Thank you to our Texas Swine Validation Committee. And thank you to everyone that brought kids and pigs and tack and all the things that go with it to this show. And then here in a moment, we'll say just a few words about our judges once again. But ladies and gentlemen, let's put our hands together for all the wonderful people who make this show a possibility.
Well, we got the reserves all set up. And Dr. Kevin Williams is going to be announcing the reserves first and then the champions. And Dad and I are going to both try to sneak the sire and the breeders of each one of those hogs in as we're going. For those of you paying attention and wanting to know the sires and the breeders, we're going to try to give a shout out to those between each hog as they come through. Once again, we are on our Supreme Drive of the Purebred Gilt Show held here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. My name is Landon Rohde, and I'm joined by my co-host, Mr. Wayne Rohde.
Good afternoon. It's been a great show.
It has been so much fun. Fun watching these kids, right, Wayne?
It has been. You know, like we had mentioned throughout the event, 1,319 total head.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, at this time, I believe we'll begin to start bringing out our reserve breed champion swine with their excellent showmen. Again, in show order, coming out first, our reserve champion Duroc, exhibited by Ryan Breimer of Mesquite 4-H.
The sire of that pig was Born This Way 45-4, and the breeder was Cade Frankowiak of Texas. Congratulations.
Coming out next, Mr. Parks Tucker, representing Whiteface FFA in Hockley County 4-H. The reserve champion Landrace showman.
The sire
a pig named CD.
The sire of that hog was Wildcat 17-9 by McGrew Show Pigs of Illinois. Congratulations.
Coming out with your reserve champion, Hamp, Miss Kylie Sparks again of East Central FFA. Driving the pig, Mike Tyson.
The sire is Ice 54-1, and the breeder was Kylie Sparks.
Next out, our reserve champion Berkshire showman, Miss Maddie Pedroza of Rio Medina 4-H. Driving the Berkshire Gilt known as Nora.
The sire was Top It Off 24-1, and the breeder was JDF Farms.
Next up, Miss Lindsay Lowry of the Troop FFA. One of two sibling duos in our show this evening.
Sire was Titan, and the breeder was Jennings Family out of Oklahoma. Congratulations.
Next out, we've got a reserve champion Chester showman, Mr. Briar Parson of Medina County 4-H.
The sire was
Driving a gilt known as Cracker.
The sire was Keystone, and the breeder was Briar Parson and Yancey Harper of Texas. Congratulations.
Coming up next, your reserve champion Poland exhibitor, Miss Lily Wilkins of Roy City FFA. Gilt known as Redemption.
The sire was Hundy, and the breeder was Dustin Shuffler of Texas.
Up next with your reserve champion Yorkshire, Mr. Walker Cozart of Klondike FFA. Another showman with a family member out here tonight. Gilt known as Anna.
The sire was the Warden 6-2, and the breeder was Sanders Show Pigs out of Illinois. Congratulations.
And out next from our final breed, Mr. Briggan Bottleberg of Erath County 4-H. Driving a gilt known as Rose Gold. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for these reserve breed champion showmen.
The sire of that
for 2025
was Restaurant Ranch, and the breeder was Perry Swine Genetics. Congratulations to all those reserve champions of each breed. Now we're moving on to the champions. I'm going to turn it over to Wayne for the sires. They're going to go ahead and take a look at these reserves here to kind of get an idea of what they all look like out here together, and very uniform set, being even the reserves out here. So I can't wait to see what all the breed champions of each breed look like. Wayne?
Absolutely. I think you can see, the viewers, it's a nice uniform set of females out here.
Absolutely. We want to go ahead and give a shout out to Taylor Fort and his crew for bringing this webcasting to all you guys at home or at the office, wherever you may be. We're happy y'all are joining us for the overall selection of our Supreme Champion Breeding Gilts here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. I don't think we have time for another dad joke, Dad.
No,
we'll leave it.
We'll leave it.
We'll save it for the Barrow Show.
I think our audience needs to wait for the Barrow
I'm sure
Show.
their ears are burning.
Now, I think both of our judges did an outstanding job of, putting this set together, both for the reserves and the champions, and worked so well together.
Ladies and gentlemen, at this time, we're going to release our reserve breed champions back to the back. We'll have them kind of circle around and be on standby here in a moment. But hats off to these kiddos on a great year at the San Antonio Livestock Show in the Gilt Division.
Couldn't have said it better myself, Dr. Williams. Moving on to our breed champions.
Next up, our breed champion winners. Showing our champion Duroc again, Miss Kaysen Card from the Ellis County 4-H.
The sire is Ralco 112-7, and the breeder is Gleason Livestock out of Kansas. Congratulations.
All right, out next, your champion land race shown by London Bowman of the Davenport FFA.
The sire of her gilt was
White
sober.
gilt known as Miss Piggy.
The sire of her gilt was sober up 5-6, and the breeder was MT Hart Livestock out of Texas. Congratulations.
All right, next up, your champion Hampshire, exhibited by Hadley Cole Reeves of Hamilton County 4-H. Gilt known as Sacagawea.
The sire of this champion Hampshire was Twisted Affair 272-2. The breeder was Savage Genetics out of Oklahoma. Congratulations.
All right, up next, your champion Berkshire exhibitor, Mr. Zane Byers from Hale County 4-H. Driving a Berkshire gilt known as Kisses.
The champion Burke was sired by Lake Effect 39-8. The breeder was Travis and Adriana Platt out of Indiana. Great job, congratulations.
All right, coming out next, your champion spotted showman, Mr. Grady Lowry of Troop FFA. Another one of our siblings out here, driving the gilt known as Luigi.
The sire of the champion spot was sired by Titan, the breeder Jennings family out of Oklahoma. Congratulations.
All right, up next, our champion Chester, exhibited by Cash McCamey of Hawkins FFA. Showing the Chester gilt known as Lacey.
The champion Chester was sired by Go Time, and the breeder was Lacey family out of Texas. Congratulations.
Out next is our champion Poland exhibitor, Miss Addison Porter of Rains FFA. Poland gilt known as BB.
The sire of that one was Due Process. The breeder was Evan Bannister out of Ohio. Congratulations.
Out next is our champion Yorkshire exhibited by Landry Cozart of Klondike FFA.
The sire
York gilt known as Elsa.
The sire of the champion Yorkshire was sired by Revive 2-3. The breeder was Sanderson Show Pigs out of Illinois. Congratulations.
And finally, from our Hereford division, Miss Gertie Dudley of New Braunfels FFA. Driving the Hereford gilt known as Gloria. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for all of these outstanding champion showmen for 2025.
So the champion Hereford was sired by patent pending, and the breeder was
And guys,
Jason
one other
Correa.
last group we want to thank is our judges for this year. Our judges, as you know, are Mr. Blaine Olson of Elkhart, Illinois, and he's been assisted by our associate judge, Mr. Kyle Knaut of Milford, Illinois. Appreciate them evaluating over 1,300 head of stock over 2 long days. We appreciate them talking to each and every kid, whether they were first or whether they didn't make the cut. We appreciate their time and the effort they gave these kids to let them know what they saw and what they considered of their project. Ladies and gentlemen, 2 great educators, 2 great judges. Let's put our hands together again for Mr. Blaine Olson and Kyle Knaut.
All right, here we go, everybody. The guys are both evaluating them, talking them out together one at a time, kind of going through them and sorting it to pick the cream of the crop of the overall supreme purebred Gilts here at the San Antonio Gilt Show.
And the Supreme overall will receive an additional $5,000 in scholarship.
On top of the 10 they got as a breed, so $15,000 some kid is walking away with in scholarship money today. And looks like I think Mr. Olson's ready to go.
Well, I guess first off, I'd just like to say thank you for the folks in charge of putting this show on, the administration. You mentioned Brian, and on down, the people working the ring, the folks in the office, the volunteers, our superintendent, and all the help we had, all you folks, and you hear it all the time, but you don't hear it enough. You're the people that make this show work, and I know these pins are empty now, but when we walked in yesterday morning, this place was a packed house, and it was rocking. It was a good 2 days. You ran 1,300 plus head through here, and over half as many kids. Really, really impressive. So if you could, please put your hands together for all the folks who come and make this show happen. I think we also have to say a thank you as the group of exhibitors to our parents, to our brothers, our sisters, our grandparents, our helpers, whoever it is that helps you get here. It's important because by you coming here and them investing their time, their resources, all the things that they do in coming here, that means they believe in you. That means they want you to be a better person in life. That means that they want to come and bring you to be a part of something bigger than you probably even know about, but someday you're really going to catch on to. And it's incredible to watch all this happen and all these people come together. But without you folks that brought them here, got them here and took care of them, fed them, got them in their slow clothes, all those things, this thing doesn't happen. So let's give those folks a round of applause as well. They're very important. I've also got to say thank you at home for to my wife and our kids. We might have a herd of them at home, and they're so much help, and they're what allows me to come do these things. I know when we go to a pig show or we come judge a pig show, all we think about is what we're doing here. But Kyle and I left on Tuesday and came down, and I know his family, which is my family, is in part, is at home as well, taking care of things. We've got sale pigs, we've got pigs in the nursery and in the farrowing house. We're breeding sows, much like you folks that are around here. If it wasn't for my wife, Christy, and our kids, my parents that we farm with, my cousin and his wife and their family, we wouldn't be able to come do those things. So that's a thank you for me on my part. I really appreciate it. I hope they're watching. I know they've been home working. We even had freezing rain last night. So please no one tell them what the weather was like in San Antonio for the last couple of days, because I don't think it's been quite as neat back in Elkhart. I thank you to the kids for being professional and being good in what they do. You've been a lot of fun to work with. I would be remiss if I didn't thank Kyle for coming with me. When Brian called and said, "Would you like to judge?" I gave him a list. He said, "Yeah, give me a list of 3 people," and I gave him a list, and I put 3 stars next to his name. Some of you may not know, and some of you may. Kyle's married to my sister Ellen, which would obviously make him my brother-in-law, but he's become more than that. He's a very good friend of mine. We talk almost every day, and most days multiple times. A person that I really trust and really enjoy evaluating livestock or hogs with, and talking breeding and that. The conversation we've had for the last 2 days evaluating your hogs has been a whole lot of fun. I know he was called the assistant or the associate, but he's way more qualified than that. Somebody that I really respect and really enjoy, and I appreciate the opportunity to work with him. The last thing I'm going to say, and it ties into all that, is I know you folks know this, but find your people. You got to find your people in life, whether it's doing this or playing basketball or volleyball, and those are things we've all done. You've always got to find your people, because something someone sent me the other day, a guy that's real close to me, it means a lot, though. It's a phrase, and it's a video clip, and it says, "This too will pass." And that's true. Whether you're winning, whether you're losing, whether it's your high, whether it's your lows, it's all going to go away, and something new is going to come your way, and it's always best to have those people around you. So if you can always have those people, when it passes, there's always someone there either to celebrate or to pick you up. If you would, let's put our hands together one more time for these kids. Let's fire them back up. We'll let Kyle talk before we get to our reserve. They've been awesome. They've done a great job. I'm going to put this thing away, and we'll go out and get you a champion.
All right, congratulations to Grady Lowry of Troop FFA, your Supreme Champion Purebred Gilt Showman for 2025.
Yes, congratulations to the champion spot. The sire of that hog was Titan.
Coming out next with your reserve champion spotted gilt is Lindsay Lowry, also of Troop FFA.
And the breeder of that hog was Jennings family out of Oklahoma. Congratulations to that breeder, and more importantly to that kiddo.
We can just settle them down, guys. I'm Kyle Canal. This will be my first and only time on the mic, and part of me says that's really okay. It's been fun. It's been fun working with Blaine, and we had a lot of great discussion the last 2 days, and we've been excited to come here and. With some anxiety, and I want to reiterate everything Blaine said about the help. Everybody, all the volunteers here, from the time we got picked up at the airport, has just been unbelievable. There's no other state in the country and no other show that does it, as well as San Antonio and the state of Texas. Give yourselves a round of applause. It's truly unbelievable. Honestly, I spend more time down here, whether it's selling pigs or coming to your shows to watch, and it is a well-oiled machine. It's unreal, and the kids are so respectful. I got to dismiss, I would say, 80-90% of the kids in the last 2 days to go back to the pens after they walked in, and Blaine sent them to me, and I told them what I didn't like about their pig, and they were just so respectful, and they shook my hand, and they took it with a grain of salt. Just they'll try to do better next time, and that kind of leads into my next my next part of this. I'm a first generation hog breeder in terms of show pigs and trying to win pig shows, and just whether you're 10 years old or you're 40 years old, just don't settle. I don't care if you just had the grand gilt here today. There's always more time, more years, and try to do better. Try to move on, try to move up. If you got dismissed today, maybe find a friend, find somebody that didn't get dismissed, and move on up. I didn't get here by myself. We've been fortunate to win some of the race pigs that have won some of the biggest shows in the country. And that's all because of the support system I have from my wife at home and my family to the friends that I talk to every day, Blaine included. These friends that I've surrounded myself, I get little bits of information from everyone, and I say, everybody in this ring right now definitely has gotten that. They have a great support system. So don't forget to thank your support system if you're in here, and if you don't have one of those systems, go find one, and there's people that are willing to help. I get text messages every week just asking questions about how to feed their pig, and it might not even be one I raised, and I'm willing to help because I think that this program, whether it's 4-H or just the FA program, is the best thing we've got going in this country at the moment. So I just want to thank everybody. Again, thank my wife for the second time if she's watching. She took care of the boar stud today, and she's taking care of a sick kid, and I think it's been fun for me. Hasn't been as much fun for her, but I really want to thank her for taking care of everything, and we're going to go find you a reserve champion.
All right, congratulations to Mr. Zane Byers of Hale County 4-H, your Reserve Supreme Champion Showman for 2025. Congratulations to each and every one of these kids, every kid that showed over the past 2 days. Best of luck to everyone down the road. Safe travels home. God bless, and we thank you for coming.
Well, that concludes our Purebred Gilt Show of 2025 here at the San Antonio Livestock Show and Rodeo. We really appreciate you guys tuning in, and I'm going to pass it over to Wayne for his final comments. Y'all have heard me talk all week, but it's been a true honor and pleasure, and thanks for joining us.
Yes, I want to thank my co-host Landon Rohde for. I've always enjoyed working with him and watching him grow up and us work into this hog industry over these years. And my family has been doing it. Had been doing it for 60 years, and currently we got out of it, but this is a way that we can continue to give back and still analyze pigs and be able to help kids and help bring to the viewers some really, I hope, some good points that you can take back with you and good information about genetics and everything else. And we'll be back for the Barrow Show as well next week, and we look forward to that. And again, we thought these guys did a good job. They worked very well together, and congratulations to the breeder of the spot, the breeder of the spot, and also the breeder of the Berkshire. They've done a really good job. Very nice set out there. And again, we really enjoyed it. Thank you for being a great audience. And you ever need anything, give us a holler. And y'all have a blessed evening. Thank you again.